vehicles are electric vehicles, and these electric vehicles should also have batteries, or have batteries now also, which can store the power and provide it if necessary. So that is a very, very important point. We're going to talk about electric vehicles. So by 2030, as we are discussing till 2030, in 2030, we should expect that most of the vehicles run on electricity produced from renewable energy. Now, the relation, the first topic that we'll discuss, the relation is solar panels should generate the electricity. Smart grid should store them and distribute it to the places where it is necessary. And electric vehicles are going to use it and also store it as per their capacity. So that is the discussion of the first topic. Now, regarding this war, I should say fuel prices have increased. It is difficult to get fuel. It is the order of the day that we shift to renewable energy. Now, next topic, automation. What automation we are talking about? We are talking about robots assembling cars. Robots to be there to assemble cars. We are talking about automated packaging machines. That is, we order from the online groceries, and those orders get delivered. It gets delivered so quickly. Is that so? So there should be an automated packaging system. So a robot sort of thing should be very quickly able to package and deliver it. Over here, there is a necessity of robot interaction also, because it is seen from the different studies that often the robots fail to work very properly if the place where they are working is not suitable as per their condition. For example, I was given an example like this when I went to one of the warehouses in Sydney. I found that if the door is not properly closed, what happens is few robots start malfunctioning. So there is a necessity of a human-robot interaction over here, but still there should be robots assembling cars, there should be automated packaging machines, there should be software controlling factory operations, which produce faster and reduces mistakes and saves energy and materials. So it is all about smart machines running factories efficiently with minimal human intervention. So let me talk a little bit about advanced fabrication also. Advanced fabrication, which is again a part of the second topic. There should be 3D printing, laser cutting. Dear students, we are talking about 3D printing today, but it's not a thing of today. I was there in the United Arab Emirates maybe 15 years back, when I saw that parts of buildings were being constructed somewhere else and taken and put directly one above the other. Can you imagine? You don't see a building today, tomorrow you come, or maybe in 7 days you come and see that the building has become 2-story or 3-story. So 3D printing went up to that level maybe 12 years back, 12, 13 years back in different countries. Yes, it's not a matter of today, but yes, we should talk about 3D printing, we should talk about laser cutting, nanomaterials, robotic manufacturing, and all those. We are also talking about sustainable manufacturing, that is, we produce goods, but produce it in such a way that the environment is not disturbed. The environment is not disturbed, it should be produced in that way. Sustainable manufacturing, less pollution, less waste, less energy use, and recycling materials. What is the relation? I should say automation should make factories efficient. The automation should make our factories efficient. Advanced automation should make the manufacturing smarter within those factories. And sustainable manufacturing should, on the other hand, be responsible that such manufacturing does not disturb the environment. So this is the relation and the second topic we are going to discuss about. There is a third and a final topic, net zero building. Net zero building should produce as much energy as it consumes. Net zero. I take energy, I use energy, but I produce that much energy which I use. So it should be net zero. Okay? So it should use very little energy and generate the energy from renewable sources. When we talk about energy efficient buildings, which is again another subpart of the third topic, it should talk about good insulation in the buildings. It should talk about natural ventilation. It should talk about efficient lighting like LEDs. It should talk about smart cooling and heating systems. It should talk about better windows and building materials. All the things I believe I tried to cover. So students should take note of all this whenever the discussion is being done and proceed with your studies accordingly, that in which direction your thought process or your study should go. General connection to end this: rooftop solar panels, natural lighting design, green roofs, rainwater harvesting, and smart energy management systems. These are the order of the day. We should not run out of energy. That is the main thing. We should not be dependent on other countries. We should be able to make in India. Dear students, you are not that much concerned about fuel. You are not. But I would like to tell you, to end this, that you must be understanding that how much pressure we were in the last 7 days just to think that how we are going to give you food. Have you ever thought of it? 700 people to be fed in the university at least every day, 3 to 4 times. How are we going to cook that? It's a problem. It's not a problem, it's a big problem. So you must understand there is a big problem and we must try to provide a solution to that. We went for induction, but then, as I said, electricity is also not a final say if that electricity is not generated from renewable sources. We must understand how to generate electricity from renewable sources. To end this, I will say, the students, gas, fuel might not be your concern at the moment. Maybe you are thinking, oh, my parents will manage. The company owners will manage. But smartphones are your problem. What if you suddenly start not having a smartphone in your hand? What if? What will happen? Have you thought of that sulfuric acid? Where from will this come? Where from will this come if sulfuric acid does not come? If petrochemical products do not come, then where from will these electronic devices be manufactured? How will these electronic devices, even if it is manufactured in countries who are self-sufficient, as the director talked about, what if those countries who manufacture those want to provide you? How will they provide you if the roads are closed? Isn't it so? It's a problem. Must understand and try to become self-sufficient. Atmanirbhar Bharat, Vikshit Bharat. Let's think about it. Let's talk about it. Let's do something about it. Thank you so much to all of you. I'm waiting for a wonderful day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your guiding words. Now we'd like to invite Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma, sir, Honorable Registrar and Provost of University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur, to address the gathering. Please welcome sir with a round of applause. A very good morning. A very good morning to all the persons over here and a very warm welcome all the dignitaries on this stage and off this stage. And welcome to almost, you can say, one out of more than 200 events we are conducting on a regular basis just to connect with the right persons. When we are saying the right persons are from the industry. Because industry governs us, industry basically gives us the direction that what we should have in our curriculum for our students to be trained. We regularly getting the ideas from the industry persons that the regular update of curriculum in our syllabus, in our subjects, in our courses, in our programs, what we need to do, what kind of training our students require so that they can be more employable and immediately employable even after this, even immediately completion of their graduation. That is the most important part. As already the context for this particular meeting today set by Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir and Director Sir, I am just giving you an idea that why there should be a shift of mindset and there should be a trust on the university students where industry requires a kind of person for their projects and university is providing the same kind of products for their factories or their companies. I'm just giving one example. We all faced COVID. Most of the institutions during that time were not able to even catch up for months that what they will do. Immediately when the COVID situation on 20th March announced, we started regular online classes on 21st without any break. We were ready. Again, the same situation as Honorable Vice Chancellor sir emphasized regarding the fuel and other things, because everybody will face the problem after 2 weeks or 1 week at your domestic end. But commercially, we are facing it from today. That the LPG and other things are not available. But even though since last 7 days we are preparing and now we are ready. We are ready to face any situation, and industry wants those persons who can decide immediately, who can react to any problem immediately, who can resolve the problem immediately, and can find the solution immediately. We train our students like that they can provide the industry the right kind of solution for their right kind of projects and in the minimum time frames. Let me give you one example also. We finished the, when I'm saying the finish, so finish is also there inside that particular word. We finished the industry projects from Finland in 2019, well in whatever the target duration was given. We supplied 30 units of solar power pack at that time to that company, and you can understand the overall the laydown of that particular industry setup in our university, all done by our second year and third year students. Successfully completed the project, and the automation of more than 4 factories, manufacturing plants nearby Jaipur, done by our students. Right now, first GSS laboratory established in UEM Jaipur to give industry exposure to every student of the core engineering sector. You can have a look, you can feel that particular thing, what GSS lab is there, but I hope many of you already know. IoT, you can understand since last 8 years, our students are doing the projects and artificial intelligence projects. Right now, they are getting from industry and they are making them possible inside our lab. Many of the companies already changed their mindset and trusted our model, and they come up with train and hire model of for our students. They are training as per their requirement and hiring our students as per their requirement after completion of the training from the student successfully. Now, result of all these efforts are visible when we say the research and publication of the university. More than 1,000 papers, research papers in Scopus, SCI and other reputed journals. More than 743 patents filed, published. And it's a matter of immense pleasure to inform all of you. Day before yesterday, our 4th utility patent granted. 3 already granted last year, and day before yesterday we got the 4th utility patent granted. More than 150 design patents written and published by our students, already granted. You can understand the meaning of, I hope, because all of you are from industry, a design patent is something very important. 150 design patents already granted for our students and faculty members. Copyrights. Sir, let me inform you, more than 200 copyrights from our students and faculty members granted, written and published. When we are saying regarding the projects, because that's the benchmark, and the students are getting the hands-on training on this, let me inform all of you, we just bagged a project from CSIR HP. And we got the project cost from there is around 90 lakhs, but CSIR got the projects from IIT Mandi. The date for completion was March 26. They couldn't get it completed. CSIR couldn't get it completed. They hand over the charge to manufacture the hardware of that particular project to UEM Jaipur. We received the all machinery part and everything, hardware part, day before yesterday in our campus. And I hope within 2 weeks we will produce the output. My point is, what industry is expecting from a candidate coming or at your doorstep? The person should be well compatible, well compatible, so that it can be useful in your company, giving you full results with minimum time taken efficiency and as well as maximum efficiency as far as the product is concerned. So my point is, our students, when we are saying that they have been trained on that particular thing, industry should come out with a changed mindset that okay, the students are getting the right kind of training. And this particular interaction today, I hope, will bridge that gap by having a clear cut interaction between the two, the student and the industry, so that both of you can understand the requirement as well as what you can give to another. I hope industry is very well trained, very well organized, and that is why they are expecting that students should also have that kind of training. And I believe that industry always will be ahead of what academic institutions are training, because that's the way industry should lead, and they are leading. But institutions should at least approach them with the efficiency, with the speed, so that they can catch up after some time. And we are proud to say that we are not simultaneously means parallel running, but 100% we are saying that around 99% we are catching up. We are getting the input from the industry and immediately we are changing our curriculum and other things. And we are proud to say that right now, whatsoever the emerging technology topic you can think of, we are training our students on them. As far as the management students are concerned, engineering students are concerned, physiotherapy students are concerned, and computer application students are concerned. Wherever you just take the topic and we are there. But even if you think, I'm just calling the industry persons, that even if you think that in your industry there is a gap of right skilled persons and you need a fully trained student or fully trained individual based on your requirement, you just give the description. We are ready to incorporate all those things into our curriculum and try to train our students according to your requirement as per train and hire model, as we are doing with many industries right now. So again, this particular interaction today, I hope we'll have a good discussion for the topics what we had. But the main agenda is just to interact between student and the industry so that both can understand the requirement. I hope today the discussion will be very useful and the mutual beneficial things definitely will come out and definitely it will be a successful event. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your guiding words. We appreciate it. Now, it's time to welcome our guest of honor, a respected leader in the India's power and electrical sector. We are honored to have with us Mr. Anil Sabo, sir, CMD of Electrolytes Power Private Limited and past president of IEEMA and CII.
Now we'd like to request Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir and Registrar Sir to kindly felicitate our guest of honor, Mr. Anil Sabu Sir. Please have a round of applause, a huge round of applause for our guest of honor, Mr. Anil Sabu Sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. It is now our privilege to introduce the guest of honor for today's summit, a distinguished leader whose contribution have significantly shaped India's electrical and power industry.
Mr. Anil Sabu sir is the chairman and managing director of Electrolytes Power Private Limited Jaipur, which is a visionary entrepreneur known for his commitment to innovation, leadership, and also community development.
Mr. Sabo holds an engineering background from BITS Pilani and VRCE Nagpur, and through his leadership, he has built electrolytes into an organization driven by innovation, integrity, excellence, and consumer commitment.
Also, sir's contribution extend far beyond business leadership. Mr. Sabu sir has held several prestigious positions in national industrial bodies. Some of the key roles include President of IEMA from 2020 to 2021, Chairman of Elikrama 2020, Director at IIT Jodhpur Tech Park, National Council member of CII, Vice President of CIGRE India, also Chairman of CII Rajasthan from 2018 to 2019.
He has also been associated with IEEMA's National Executive Council since 1997, contributing to the growth and advancement of India's electrical equipment industry.
With this inspiring journey and vision, it is our great honor to have you, sir, with us today. Sir, we kindly request you to deliver the talk. We are really excited to hear you and to get the insights from you. Please welcome, sir, with a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and what UEM doing, what you have said, I never knew that this excellent institute is based in Jaipur, and we were missing this information and to know about you. It's real pleasure. I would like to appreciate Mr. Professor Benani Chakrabarti, Chancellor of the University, Professor Satyajit Chakrabarti, Director of IEM UEM Group, Dr. Vishwijay Chatterjee, and Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma for their vision in creating such a platform where academia and industry can be together. And I am happy to see my various eminent friends from industrial associations there, and it's pleasure to be here with you. And the most important, I am feeling quite energetic and with a positive energy by seeing a young people who are innovators, who would be our mentor in future for uh, taking India to the next league. So seeing the youngsters like you and colleague and friends, it's real pleasure. Can we have a round of applause? By clapping also you are generating energy and power. So in human, the positive energy is the most important to create anything. Uh, Events like this are extremely important in the power sector because these are the center of economic growth, transforming a nation to a developed nation, industrial development, which is the base. And this is, I want to ask you about your sixth sense, the timing of the this event and the oil crisis. This is the really complementing to each other.
God is in our favor.
Yeah. I am very passionate about power, and this company was my startup at the age of 22. And we generally, you see, 40 years before, there was no such institute where we can get education. And you know, from where we get get the good education, I printed my visiting cards as service engineer. So wherever there was any problem in the field, I used to visit there and to have really what customer want. You can create anything, but going to the customer, seeing the field, that what exact requirement is, that gives the innovation and base. Apart from your, but actually the books and the formulas, anything. And I want to disclose that I am not electrical engineer. I am metallurgical engineer. That gave me the advantage. You see, you have to go by the common sense, nothing else. And common sense is very rare. It's not so much common. Very uncommon. So, friends, you all know about power and everything, but what I have seen since so long, energy landscape in last 5 years has changed drastically. It's not only utility, it's a lifeline for every one of us. In December 2020, India has total installed capacity of 375 gigawatt. And in December 2025, within 5 years, it has surpassed 510 gigawatt, 36% rise. It's a really dramatic what we have seen in 75 years and what we are achieving in just 5 years. So that much I am saying the scope and the next 5 years it will get doubled. So you all have to leave this IT sector and come to the power sector. I have come here to encourage you to come to the power sector. This is the real sector where you will get the growth. Now, I just told the numbers to see, to judge yourself what the possibilities are. In renewable energy, I'm really proud to say this that we are third in solar power capacity in the world, fourth in wind power capacity, and fourth in total renewable energy installed capacity. This, this is the result of the policy initiatives by the government, by technological improvement, and by large scale solar and wind projects. And in Rajasthan, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, and Karnataka. Now I want to just say a few words about the Rajasthan renewable energy sector. Rajasthan, we are lucky that we are in Rajasthan, where the power is in abundance, and even we can electrify entire India alone. That is the capacity we have. So this state has emerged the largest renewable energy producer, which is almost this Badala solar power, and such a large global scale power plants are there. And this will really create the growth for India, for industries, for jobs, which you are seeing. And at present, the most important is, you see, I headed the entire power sector, and I'm meeting so many CEOs, MDs, every time. Everybody is talking about the manpower. Probably we have to do this, but where is the manpower? Where is the trained manpower? So that's the opportunity you have. Regarding per capita electricity, it's very less in India, very low. If you compare with the USA, there is a 12,000 kWh per person per year consumption is there. In Germany, it's 6,500. In China, there is a 5,500. Whereas in India, it's just 1,300 to 1,400 kWh per person annually. So that much is the scope you have. This will multiply like anything. Now, when you look at India's targets for power by 2030, it will be doubled from 500 gigawatt. It will be another 500 gigawatt will be added. So this rapid expansion will result in reduction in carbon emission, then improved energy security. At least we will not dependent on the oil. Then you will create large scale jobs, and but naturally the growth and that is there. Now, uh, behind telling all these numbers, I want to bring your notice the challenges which we are going to face. The challenges will be earlier. The challenge was generation. We were always short of generation. Now you have enough generation. But the challenge will be transmission and distribution. Effective transmission and distribution shall be the key to sustain the growth and to handle this much generating capacity. We have to strengthen our grids like 765 kV, 400 kV substations, transmission lines, and to achieve those digital grid implementation, then we require future technology of a smart grid or AI or automation. That's where we require. For uh, when you are generating power, then you have to forecast solar, solar generation, wind generation. You have to predict the failure of the equipment. It's very important. After failure, you are attending it. Whereas you have to deal with beforehand. There we require your assistance, and they require your R&D and research so that failures never happen. Like health monitoring, we have to do the health monitoring of the equipment. Now, taking care of harmonics, when you are generating power from solar, wind, thermal, from different sources, then there comes this harmonics on which we are not yet prepared, and that will create blackout for us if we will not deal right now. Now, smart meters, digital substation, automated control systems, uh, this all will make power grid more efficient and resilient. So, I will just experience my journey in 2008 from EMA is Indian Electrical and Electronics Manufacturers Association. It was established in 1948, and all the major players, 99% of the electrical players are members of it. So in 2008, with the power grid, I went to Korea, and they showed us. We went to some room where there was glass screen, and they did the presentation how they are controlling Seoul, their capital. After presentation, he just switched on the light behind the screen, and you will be surprised to know that only two persons were controlling the entire Seoul city. Everything was there on the screen way back in 2008. And now we are talking of after 15 years, 18 years of smart grid. They were already in. So with the EMA, we met to Power Ministry and we told that we have to adopt it. But we could not, because the proper integration of all the equipments. You see, you are talking of the AI, but the most important part is human behavior. We have to, these young children should know the human tendencies human behaviors to learn and handle the equipments. We adopted that, and in Gujarat in 2014, uh, smart grid SCADA system and substations were ordered, and they ordered different equipments. There was a, I'm sorry to say, there was a failure, complete failure. Why? Because the integration between all the equipments together, that was not there at that time. So now the government is have learned, and they are giving the entire things to one contractor, and SCADA is now 61850 protocol is there. It is now upgraded to even second version. So all interlocks and all equipments can talk to each other. That is there. But at that time it was not there. Now regarding, we have to foresee where our energy will be mostly consumed. Cooling. Cooling will alone will be growing at rapid speed. Whatever you are now consuming, it will be, sir, 8 times in next 10 years. So now how to do that? So we have to think out of box. That is why we are putting all chillers individually. There can be a cooling demand there has to be some district cooling system. जैसे आपको गैस मिल रही है ना, वैसे आपको ठंडी हवा मिले नलों के द्वारा, तो कैसा रहे? So that is possible, and that we have to think, because this will save 120 gigawatt of power if we do that. And the people in the hall, everybody has to think of saving the power. Now I wish to conclude and convey that the power sector is emerging as one of the most exciting phase in its history. ये ऐसा न पहले हुआ था और न आगे होगा next 5 years, because you are doubling the capacity, and what is the need of the hour? Oil, everybody is going for the power, but not like Trump. That is a different power. So power is needed, and renewable energy, smart grid, artificial intelligence, advanced transmission infrastructure will define the future of our energy system. If we continue to innovate, collaborate, and invest in technology, India will be superpower in power, and it will create a strong and reliable network that will reduce our dependence on imported oil, which has to be there. Now, to achieve 24/7 cost-effective power, we have to strengthen transmission and distribution systems. So, looking at for all this, I believe that there are three key areas where we must focus to transform this power sector. First, we need to invest more in research and development. We are investing just 0.5%, where in world over it is 3 to 4%. Now the government has, we pursued in CI, national CI, we pursued government to at least give some more funds for R&D. And they have sanctioned 1,50,000 crore for R&D. People are not able to utilize that. That has to be invested, and for that, even you need to convey to the students that they should pursue their career in energy research. R&D is the next big thing. It's not the manufacturing. World over, you'll be surprised to know that world over R&D In India, R&D is 33% of the world. They are doing R&D, but they are doing in India because it is the cheap over here. So our students should go for R&D. It's a passion. If you will go for money only, then you will able to earn the money. But the passion after 40 years, 10 years, 20 years, that will not be there. You have to have the passion for R&D, and it's really I enjoy that. I enjoy the problems because that gives me the something to think. Like what happened in, I'll just share my experience. In 2003, over the transformer, there were three equipments used to install. First, at the top, you all may be knowing that the lightning arrestor, then isolators, and then dropout fuser, and then transformer. Okay. So I used to make isolators. Then we started making lightning arrestor. Then I thought, but naturally I'm not electrical engineer, so I employed some consultant. So I told that why we can't integrate all the three together. कभी आइसोटर लगता है तो lightning arrestor भी है, lightning लगता है तो dropout fuse भी है. So that is not saving the transformer. वो transformer fail हो जाता है. So he thought, Mr. Saru, what experience you have? I don't have. You don't talk rubbish. ऐसा होता है क्या? Friends, we made a product, switch fuse unit, where all the three equipments put together, and we did a business of 75 crore. So, and that saved the transformers, and they adopted, board adopted that. This is the R&D. The second is real exposure to industry. Please don't take it otherwise, but when you are sending the students to the as for training in the last for interns for the training and the last phase of their entry into your college, what you should do is you should send them in first 6 months to the industry.
But things have changed now.
Okay.
Now
Okay.
we are sending the students after every semester, starting from the first semester.
Okay. Okay.
Things
Good.
have changed
Right.
in the
Right.
last 1 year, 1.5
Oh, good. Good. It's appreciable.
Because
Really appreciable.
government also has taken initiative on this. Government has also notified to the different universities that
Okay.
it should be doing that.
Right. And what we are doing now is that we are taking class 6 to class 8 students to our industry. We have a NGO, Jagrati, where around 14 schools around Jaipur, we adopted them and giving them free education, around 4,500 students. So there we saw कि अरे भाई catch them young. उनको 6 से 8 की एज में जो उनकी लर्निंग होगी, that cannot be at the. So this is how we have to. This next generation, they are very smart. They are very smart. Only we don't know how to.
Use it.
And the third is to adopt a smart grid, automation, and artificial intelligence. These will really make our. We can have data. Without data, you cannot do anything. But to analyze the data in right manner, that where you require AI. So there are three things. If we focus on R&D, exposure for students, and advanced smart technology, I am confident that India's power sector will not only be growing, but they will become a global example for innovation. So much and cost-effective one. What we can do at $1,000, they take it $10,000. Because if the power sector will grow, then India will grow. We are also exhibiting some smart grid equipment which we have developed for the power sector, and we are looking for young people like you to engineers to partner with us. Not I am saying joining with us. You partner with us for some new ideas. We are open to that because we have all the testing labs in the even 1200 kV current generator, voltage generator. Those are equipped. Our lab is equipped. I would also like to acknowledge the organizing faculty member, technical committee for bringing together all students, research people, innovation, industry experts, policymakers together at this platform. And it's really amazing. Can we have a round of applause for them? I am happy to note that excellent panelists you have chosen. All the three panels and panelists selected are the best ones. So all the best and success to this summit. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable insights with us. Knowledge has just served to us on a silver platter, and it is just the beginning. It is going to get a lot better than this. But first, it is time to felicitate, sir. So I would request VC sir and Pradeep sir to kindly do the honors. Everyone, please a huge round of applause for the sir.
Thank you so much to all the honorable dignitaries. We would like to request you to take your seat among the audience as we prepare for the our first panel discussion. Also, a humble request to audience, please give us 2 minutes as we prepare the stage for the upcoming panel discussion. Thank you. I would request the students to kindly be seated at the back stage. The students at the back seat, please be seated as we are about to start the next panel.
Please start. Please start.
I would
Please start your name.
I would request the audience at back to kindly be seated. So we now move to the first thought-provoking session, which is the panel discussion one. And the topic for this panel is powering the future to integrate the renewable, smart grid, and electrical mobility for 2030. As the world is transitioning towards cleaner energy systems, integrating renewable energy, intelligent power grids, and electrical mobility is becoming crucial for sustainable development.
This panel will explore how advanced grid technologies, renewable energy sources, and electrical transportation systems can work together to create a resilient and efficient energy ecosystem for the future.
And for this amazing panel, we have a moderator, Engineer Neha Sakka ma'am. I would like Neha Sakka ma'am to kindly come up on stage. Ma'am is a professional electrical engineer with 7 years of specialized experience in energy department, Government of Rajasthan, and Jaipur Discom. Her expertise is deeply rooted in the structural backbones of our industry, specifically in energy policy, electricity traffic, tariffs, and green energy regulation. However, her influence extends far beyond policy papers. She is the spearhead of Trust EV Awareness Vote Program, which is a national movement that has redefined the capacity for the future. Under her leadership, this program has trained 5,500 plus youths and professionals, successfully delivered 80 lakh rupees or to technical education entirely free of cost to democratize access to clean energy skills. Orchestrated the landmark MOUs to establish Rajasthan's first state center of excellence for EVs, a visionary project set to train 3,000 underrepresented students. Her contributions have earned her highest level of recognition, not nationally but globally. Most recently, she has been awarded on International Women's Day 2026 by the government of Rajasthan as a Young Achiever Excellency Award 2026. Her portfolio of awards includes Remarkable Young Voice in Transport, National Excellence Education Award, the Phenomenal She Award by the former Chief Justice of India, a world record as the world's prominent e-mobility educator and influencer, the IFERD Excellence Award 2025. So truly a moderator who speaks the language of both the boardroom and the grassroots. Please welcome Engineer Neha Sakka ma'am with a round of applause.
Good morning, guys. I most humbly welcome you all to the first session of the day, Renewable Energy, Smart Grid, and E-Mobility. Now, before that we begin, this whole conversation is drafted voluntarily, keeping you at the goal, the youth of the country, the spine, and the future of the planet. The industry jargon, they can be really daunting at times. The typical language that they use, just like how we are at sixes and sevens, the Gen Z lingo, the boomers and the millennium, we have done our best to draft this conversation in the simplest form so that you understand as an entrant what do you need and what industry needs. So that by the end of the discussion, you have one challenge identified that vibes with you and you can slay it with your solution, be it in terms of your fun of your project or an idea that you can share with an industry. We were talking about Badla Solar Park, weren't we? Anil sir mentioned it? Yes, no, not the speakers, the youth please. Were we sleeping? No, not at the back. You were listening, right? Prove it. Where is the world's largest solar park? I'm going to wait till you answer. Yeah, that is Badla, and that's in China. Where? Yes, that's in Jodhpur. I'm not going to leave any of you without being educated today, so you have to answer the questions. Our speakers are answering, the faculty is answering, but not the youth. So next, India stands at what position in terms of RE installation? Or let's leave it. In solar installation? First, second, third? Third, yes. India is, in your terms, slaying or low-key 10,000 plus over farming. And today we are going to talk more about it. Presently, India has 110 gigawatts of solar installation already. Do you remember May 2025 where it rained? We were so happy because we had so much of lesser electricity bill. Yes. And it rained so bad that we weren't using coolers or AC and there was no power usage. Do you remember that time? And we were surprised that where is the heat? And that means on 25th of May 2025, the entire electricity market of India crashed. Electricity was sold at 0 rupees per unit for the first time in India's history. And that's because there was tremendous amount of power in the grid. It was 200.07 or 200.7 gigawatts peak requirements, and the grid was flooded with solar. It was flooded with wind. We had thermal in operation. We had nuclear in operation. More than 450 gigawatts of power circulating in the grid that led to excess of active power, excess of reactive power. We had our frequency shooting like anything, our voltage shooting like anything. It destroyed a lot of financial investors. And not just that, we lost 17 most powerful transformers in the country. The frequency reached to 50.48 hertz. And when it's like 50.05, the generators start getting penalized. So it was way beyond that. Now we are planning to reach 293 gigawatts by 2030. Not very far away, just 4 years down the line. With 110 gigawatt in the hand, 38 gigawatt just got into the circuit in last year. What will we do with 293 gigawatts? It's not always about installation and increasing the number, but also about how do we manage all that. There are so many challenges, so many circumstances that can come. Because 25th May was not the only day. We had this reputation on 1st June 2025, August 2025, and May is coming again. So today, with our panel, we will see how do we go about all these challenges, what are the things that you can do in coming years. After 4 years, you'll be graduated. You'll enter into the industry and you will do your thing. So this is the lesson and key takeaway for today's session. I invite the panelists now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this enthusiastic start. Now we'll be inviting the panelists one by one.
We are pleased to welcome Mr. Akhilesh Saxena, sir. He is a seasoned business leader and IIM Ahmedabad alumnus with over 3 decades of industry experience in sales, marketing, and technology-enabled services. He currently serves in a leadership role associated with Ajivika E-Mobility India Private Limited, contributing to the growth of sustainable mobility with innovative business solutions in India's evoking mobility ecosystems. Please join us warmly in welcoming Mr. Akhilesh Saxena, sir.
Now moving forward to the next panelist, Mr. Anand Venkata Ramakrishnan, an accomplished electrical and electronics engineer and technology leader known for driving innovation and digital transformation in industry. With extensive leadership experience, sir is serving as a CEO of Tech Gen Z Private Limited. Sir has also worked closely with the industries to develop advanced digital and enterprise solution that enhances manufacturing efficiency and operational intelligence. Please welcome sir with a round of applause.
We are delighted to now welcome our next panelist, Mr. Prateek Agarwal, sir. He is the co-founder of Solar 91 Energizing India, a company focused on advancing renewable energy and sustainable power solutions. With strong experience in the renewable energy sector, he has been actively working to accelerate the adoption of solar technologies with clean energy infrastructure in India. Please welcome, sir.
Please welcome sir with a round of applause. And moving forward, our next panelist is Mr. Akash, the founder and CEO of AHA 3D Innovations Private Limited, an organization working at the forefront of advanced engineering solutions, 3D technologies, and digital innovations. With more than 20 years of experience in embedded systems, telecommunications, and product engineering, he has contributed to several high-impact technology products across the industry. Please welcome sir on stage. Please have a round of applause, Mr. Akash, for Mr. Akash, sir.
Our next panelist is Mr. Sanjay Dixit, sir. He is the Vice President, Project Management, Engineering and Construction, a seasoned leader with extensive experience in strategy, operations, and business leadership across technology and mobility sectors. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Sanjay Dixit, sir. Now it is time to welcome our next panelist, Mr. Srilaraj Soundarajan sir, a professional associated with the National Test House under the Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Government of India, contributing to quality assurance and technical evaluations in engineering and industrial systems. Sir has over 15 years of professional expertise in electrical engineering, particularly in testing, evaluating, and reliability assessment. He has served as Directorate General of Naval Journal, contributing to nuclear power projects. A huge round of applause for Sir, please.
Now moving forward, next panelist is Mr. Rajan Bhardwaj, an entrepreneur and educationist with over 25 years of experience in education and renewable energy. Sir is the founder of Empower Green Energy, which is actively working in solar energy solutions and sustainable energy initiatives contributing to India's green transition. Please welcome Sir with a round of applause.
Now we are pleased to welcome Mr. Manoj Kumar Gupta sir, Senior Vice President at Review and Executive President of the Rajasthan Solar Association with extensive experience in the renewable energy sector. He is also a Bureau of Energy Efficiency certified energy auditor, actively contributing to the growth of solar energy and sustainable power initiatives in India. We will round of applause for you, sir.
Now, last but not least, Mr. Sudhakar Sundare, Vice President at True Board Partners with extensive expertise in renewable energy, asset performance management, and sustainable infrastructure. I will request Mr. Sudhakar Sundare sir to kindly come up on stage and please welcome sir with a round of applause. Now, we'd like to hand over the mic to our moderator to take the session forward.
The stage is all yours now.
Coming back to the key points, what do you think? Should we be only bothered about installing the solar or also managing the solar? Youth, please. This is not a classroom, you can talk. You can raise hand for a yes and say no like that. Yes, no, do we need to also manage the power? Or simply do we need to install more and more solar? Manage the power, I heard that. So coming on that, we will have Sudhakarji with us explaining that since we have so much of solar incoming and there are so much of fluctuations going on, how do we manage those fluctuations and incoming from solar and renewable intermittent powers? How do our youth bring about solutions in coming 4 years when they graduate and what role can they play?
Uh, it's my privilege to be. Can you hear me? Yeah. It's my, first of all, it's my privilege to be part of this August gathering, as well as we have a wonderful industry colleagues in this panel. And I am very happy to see our young students over here. We work very closely as two board partners. We work very closely with the students as well as the faculty in New York. They are coming to the question which you asked. Like since morning, if you have listened carefully, like so far the progress, if you see, like JNNSM started in 2010 and it has been 15 years. And when it started, at that time, like I remember that we were like our installation was somewhat 15 gigawatt solar and wind together, and solar was half a gigawatt in 2010 2011, and which was contributing maybe like it was around 5% of our total generation at that time, even lesser than that now. And out of that 0.5%, below 0.5% was solar. But today, if you see, it's 40% of our installation capacity is of renewables. And out of that, 75% is solar and 25% around is wind. Okay. And we are adding up. As Neha was saying, that we have a target by 2030, 20, close to 300 and all. And that is solar alone, and solar and wind, it will be close to 500. Now, as you are adding, just to like in layman's language for the understanding of the students, it is like there are different places connected by roads. So similarly, you see there are generators, there are demand centers, all are connected by grid. So the better the road, the like you travel very fast, your communication is smooth, your vehicle maintenance is less, you can run very fast, okay, depending on your age, like that, right? Similarly, your grid should be so strong enough so that it can take care of the fluctuations from the demand side as well as at the generator side. As we are adding more and more renewables to the grid, that means we are adding more and more fluctuations to the grid. There are some events which Neha was saying, and if you see some numbers, if I tell you that from May 2025 to November 2025, in between that, Government of India, like Grid Controller of India, has curtailed 23 gigawatt of power from our grid, and that is only due to maintain our grid in a way it should not crash, to maintain the grid in its way it should. So now, like, why all these are happening? So thing is that like solar and wind, these are fluctuating resources, right? So what happens when your wind speed increases, where there is a sudden cloud passing in the in the area like Badla or in the solar zone, so suddenly your generation fluctuates. Okay. At the same time, depending on the weather, your demand also fluctuates. So our grid should be stable enough to take care of these variables. And these are since these are renewable, so variability is a part of the system. Okay. Now, like there are what are the issues which is coming up due to this variability? If you see that there are problems which you are seeing today, it was not there earlier. Due to demand supply mismatch, due to variability in the grid, you see there is a frequency imbalance, there is a voltage fluctuation, and due to which it is also creating lot of harmonics in the grid. There are lot of like all these harmonics to be damped. Okay, and it is not about like putting the system at one place. When it was started, it was all generator has to only focus on generation. Okay, power quality is not the subject of them. Okay, they have to only install a solar project, put a inverter which is available in the market, and feed the power. But today, generators are assigned to maintain the power quality at their end. Similarly, the substation entities have to maintain the power quality at their end. So this is how it is. And there are tax devices like with the STATCOM, there are SVGs, there are harmonic filters, which were like apart from some wind projects at that time, because those are induction generators, slowly they also moved towards synchronous generators and all. And now those are also IPR based systems, inverter based resources. But apart, like at that time, there are capacitor banks which are getting installed. But today, it is not static reactive power which you have to support. You have to provide the dynamic reactive power support which is not there anymore. So considering the situation today, the revisions in the grid code, revisions in the CA technical standard for grid connectivity, and the evolving standards as well as regulations which is happening around that. Right now, like in just to summarize, one is like the renewable generation, it is inevitable. We have to add more and more renewables to the grid. We have to live with renewables now. And considering geopolitical and all, you are aware of it enough. I'm not going to touch upon that. So renewable is something to make us self-sufficient. Renewable is inevitable. We have to add more and more renewables. Now, in order to have that renewable and utilize that effectively for our requirement, we have to have a strong grid network. And in order to have that, we have to work at the generator end, we have to work at the transmission distribution end, we have to also work at the demand end. Like we all heard that the LPG shortfall scenario and all. So just think like we are that households they are moving to buying induction cookers, right? Just one step if they take that instead of like having cooking in the morning time or evening time, if they change their cooking time to noon time, when because we are lucky, what I am thinking now, I can visualize looking at the war situation and all, and it is summer season. We have already started generating peak power, okay, and going forward it will be all sunny in India. And during like the May situation which you said last year, So similar situation is going to, not similar type of issues I'm saying, but similar type of generation sometime it is going to come. If you will shift our load to the noon time, whatever we are generating from solar, we can absorb that and it will be utilized for our cooking, for our any other load, right? And we can minimize our dependency on the fossil fuels. So there are three things. One is we have to increase generation, we have to strengthen our transmission distribution systems, and we have to also focus on demand side management.
Thank you very much. That was very insightful. As Sovereign mentioned that we have lot of renewable energy requirement that is given for sure. But with that comes lot of harmonics because that energy is generated in DC and then we convert into AC and then we send that AC to the grid. Our entire grid was never ready for that. It was constructed with the framework that we generate our power in AC terms and we circulate in the grid in AC terms. Now the equipments that we already have established in the grid are of AC based only. But now that we have different equipments coming up that converts DC into AC and then send it to the grid, there are a lot of new inputs for these old established equipments coming up. For these equipments, we need to take care of how they deal with these new inputs. Do you think we should do that, or is it okay that we have AC power with harmonics and they will deal it on their own, like circuit breaker or transformer? What do you think? Do you think we should be taking care of the fact that these equipment are not designed for harmonics, or should we let them just be? A little louder? I request if you can please circulate a mic in the student area because they are the ones learning from here. So for those equipments, it's very mandatory that they learn to deal with these harmonics. For that, we have Somnathanji to talk about how do we deal with those harmonics and how our equipments are to be tested so that they can struggle and stand firm when these harmonics are getting into the grid. Somnathanji, please.
Thank you, ma'am. And this is as far as equipment, sir. Today or in upcoming years of this thing, the growth of renewable energy is day by day and year by year it is increasing only. So in that case, that should, we know that this renewable energy is variable, but we want rather than the customer want, that end user want the reliable energy grid. If we want to get a reliable energy grid, then that should be mandatory for to set a standard, and some standard we have to implement the testing also, so that the equipment which are used for this grids, the power switchgear items, and whatever the transformers, cables, relays, whatever the things, it should be compatible to that both renewable grid and for conventional grid. Maybe this things, whatever the this things, conventional power source which we are using to generate at that one. For since that the main difference is that uh, conventional one, which having synchronous generation, but now as I told that it is a inverter burst generation. So inverter burst generation means then what I have to do is this without equipment which are all going to be implemented in or set up in that one should be have qualities. That means it should, for example, transformers, which is this special type of transformers which is required. That is a solid state transformer, not a liquid immerse or dry type kind of things. It should not be available for this type of grid utilities. So this type of transformers have to stop the harmonics, and it should have the things of fluctuating. So high level fluctuating it should be curtailed, and it should have the efficiency more when the harmonics level will be higher. Also, it should not degrade its quality. So and some for it, other power switchgear items like this thing say relays. Now relays are getting developed so many things. Now it is the relays which are used in this integrated grid is called intelligent relays. We are telling why we call this intelligent relay, because this usually conventional relay. First, I will tell that conventional relay. Conventional relay, what we do, it will sense the magnitude of current and it will trip the circuit. But the intelligent relay, what they think that it will collect the n number of parameters. So the whatever the things that in this relay, which is earlier days, it will be programmed by fuzzy logic and K factor and C factors kind of program it is included in that one. But now AI is implemented in that one. This AI, what is that one? They collect all the parameters of that substations, the voltage, V by F, and the harmonics, and the KVR, and the VR, whatever that these things, and it's set that tripping limit, it automatically changes that based on the grid reliability. So this kind of equipments should be when it should be included in the testing kind. So that testing bed should be implemented. And moreover, this type of equipment manufacturing is very less in India. So this one we have to be focus on that one. Students have to focus this type of equipments, and they have to read the standards what the IEEE 514 now it is going to implemented in that one. And this IEEE 514, which is tell clearly that the harmonic should be less than 5% if it is a voltage profile, and if it is 3% for current profile, and if it is 8% for power profile. So this type of thing, students have to understand the IEEE and this things IEC standards, which is 6100 for electromagnetic compatibility and harmonics compatibility. So when they understand the standard, and then they understand the industrial need, so they can able to generate a good uh, equipment in the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That was very detailed answer. As you said that there are solid state transformer concepts coming up, and there are new technologies and new rules and regulations to be imparted. What kind of skill set do our youth start developing today, so that by the end of their graduation degree or so, they can find a suitable place into testing organization or testing industry? What is equipment?
Today's scenario, as I told that day by day that keep on that renewable energy is increasing, okay, but at the same time workforce also to be that manpower for that increasing growth, that we have to match with that manpower. Whatever the in the our students which is coming out of the college, they should have the knowledge of integration, power quality, and say whatever the now I am surprised that as our chief just told that Gujarat, which we have purchased the smart grid, and which we cannot integrate it with that conventional grid. So there is a separate profile is that the integration engineers is also came. So this type of integration have to upgrade. Our students have to upgrade and develop the skill set for this things. So this is a thing.
Thank you so much. So now that we have figured out that we do need integration engineers and the capability to match the voltage and frequency profile of the grid with RE and the existing non-conventional. So there are certain regulations like the deviation settlement mechanism and more jargonish terms that we have in industry. These are really daunting when we get into the industry as an entrant. For simplification of that, we have Sudhakarji to talk about how do we explain it in simple terms that how the regulations are imparted to the power station generators that are RA based so that they stay in the limit of frequency deviation and the voltage deviation.
Uh, See, the regulations were there, it has been there. But day by day, like one thing is there is a situation which is being created by us to meet a certain demand. And by meeting that demand, we have created a situation where there is a requirement for a technical solution. And when that technical solution is not being implemented due to various reasons, it may be technical challenges, it may be commercial challenges, then there is a imposing the regulations or the enforcement of the first creating the standards and then enforcing them to develop a mechanism to enforce them is the whole ecosystem. And it is not the case for renewable energy, be it our conventional sector, be it or any other sector. This is how the system works. Now coming to the specifically to answer to this question. So as I said, there are issues and for that we have to install devices to take care of it. Now, due to variable source of energy, this forecasting as well as scheduling of power is part of our electrical system, like electrical market. And for scheduling properly for a renewable energy project, you have to forecast proper. And today, it is an opportunity for youngsters also. We don't have a very sophisticated forecasting tool or forecasting software. Mostly what we are doing today, it is of like more which has come from outside, it is being developed by European countries and all. We are trying to replicate as it is here. There are companies here also. I don't think there is no one in the panel from forecasting agencies, but still we are doing well and we are trying to do better, but we are still away from what the current requirement is. One is there is a requirement for forecasting and scheduling, better accuracy and all. And secondly, from the government, they cannot wait to develop, there will be development of proper forecasting, scheduling mechanism, scheduling tools, then only they will improve. They have to maintain the grid, they have to meet the household, industry, commercial demands, and they have to also at the same time safeguard the grid. So that's why there is a DSM band, if you are familiar with deviation settle mechanism. Okay, and how it works, like every generator has to schedule their power. And earlier it was 15% band. If you are scheduling 100 megawatt output, and if you are in between 85 and 115, you are not penalized. If you are going above, then like you are paying electricity in tariff in slabs. So similarly, there is a penalty which works in slabs, and that reduced to 10%. Now there is a draft regulation which has come and which says 5%. And again, like above 10% in current scenario, above 10%, 10 to 15%, it is 15%, 50%, and if you go beyond 15%, it is 100% penalty. So now, like uh, all those regulations are in place, and this is to take care of like you are scheduling right. And the other one is the frequency, which you said that is driven by our ancillary market. Okay. Now, whatever increase in renewable generation we are doing, so one technical angle I want to add, adding more and more renewable energy, it creates lesser inertia in the grid, and grid needs more inertia. And those inertia comes from the rotating mass, which is like our conventional generators, our turbines, conventional generators. Okay. So renewables are like be it solar, be it wind, these are called IBRs, inverter based resources. One thing is we have distributed renewable sources. Those are connected by large grid networks. Okay. And since these distributed renewable sources are IBRs and connected by large grid networks, IBRs are low inertia systems. It creates weaker grid in different pockets. And either it is inherently it is weaker grid or it creates in certain pockets it creates weaker grid. Okay, that's why this frequency regulation is a challenge which has to be managed by our ancillary market. And now, like since we are adding more and more renewable, we have lesser component of thermal, and if thermal are there, they are lesser flexible, or the amount of power you require at that moment to take care of these fluctuations from the thermal. And the like thermal is running at 80%, they have in certain power plant they have 20% of that. But your need is more than that because your renewable percentage is also more in the grid nowadays, like in some of the renewable times. So then that if that is not taken care, and we are adding and we are also looking at adding more and more renewables, then what is the solution? It is a problem we are creating, right? So the solution is we have to add more and more storage to that. If renewable projects has to contribute for to maintain the power quality and secondly to also contribute for the ancillary services, then we should have a storage system which will store the renewable, excess renewable, and it will cater to this type of requirement when there is a demand from the grid to meet the power quality, be it frequency regulation, be it voltage regulation, it will immediately provide. The lithium ion battery, which is capable of doing that, and of course, there are a lot of development which is happening for the battery solution, redox flow battery, sodium ion battery, all this. So there is a technical solution to this. There is also a regulation as well as our technical standard, and I think all the stakeholders are working on it. And for our youngsters, it is opportunity in all the pockets. Okay, be it they want to work in technical, they want to work in regulation part, they want to work in whole ecosystem, how the modeling is happening, how the market is working. So it is an opportunity for us.
So it seems like that RE sector is a boon of opportunities for all. Yeah, sure, please.
Hello. First of all, I need to understand how many of the students are from electrical background. Only one.
No wonder.
And and anyone, how many from electronics background? So, sorry.
I'm also a student, sir. I'm also a student.
So most of the technical terms he is using, or I don't know, मतलब बाकी remaining others are able to understand or not. Apart from this, just for scheduling, I need to add one point that Subramaniam has very Sudhakar has very well tell everything about it. That there is one thing that he further to add in new draft regulations. See, for scheduling, we have to do scheduling day ahead. एक दिन पहले हमको करना पड़ता है in scheduling for power transmission के लिए. So in that there are 15 blocks. That's a 96 blocks in a day. So earlier you supposed to do 15% variation is allowed in between. Now they are reduced to 10, and further they are reducing to 5%. As Sudhakar said, they are also changing the time blocks of 15 minutes. They are reducing to 10 minutes or 5 minutes later. So that is just I wanted to add in this further.
Another opportunity sector that you can develop the meters that reads 5 minute in slots. So one thing is clear that from data analysis of be it the meter reading of 15-minute block or 10-minute block, or be it the weather forecasting or the prediction of the sun rays or the winds, we need a lot of data analysis for that so that we have more concrete forecasting and see how much we will generate and what will be the demand based on the previous consumption. This is a very vast amount of data analysis. We need to make it as clean as possible, as thorough as possible, so that first the investor would not lose money, and secondly, the grid is always balanced. Another opportunity area for you. And now I would request Anandji to please explain us that how AI and the advanced analysis can improve the prediction quality, and we ensure that the planning and the operation of the entire project is reliable, and that we do get good ROI based on our strategic decision making using the recent technologies based on AI, basically.
Uh, Thank you, Nehaji. And first of all, I thank University for welcoming me here and having this wonderful panel discussion, and the best wishes to the university. That said, Nehaji, your question is very profound in nature, and I'll just take references of what Sudhakar had said a little earlier, and Mr. Sundaranjan also. See, analytics, when you talk about the foundation of analytics is, I would say, two things. One is data accuracy and data adequacy. So let us start with accuracy first. With accuracy, like you have a lot of plant parameters जो आपके पास available है, and you have a lot of proven empirical data which you have to a large extent. Now we are close to matured. If you take solar, the country has got matured much better in terms of understanding and analyzing data for the last 10 to 15 years, and we are only making it better for the next generation. the panel sizes have been extremely efficient, the efficiency of the panels have increased, the plant performance, your utilization factors are all increasing significantly. So the technology part and the amount of data which you are processing from the plants, etc., are being processed in a really reliable and in a highly resourceful way. But where I find is a probability for us to add more value than what is existing presently is from the data adequacy part, where are we capturing enough data to make a reasonably good information or a investment decision for the high end, because you also touched upon a word called ROI. So on one side हम plant के data को improve करने के लिए हम जितना हो करना था, we are all going forward. But I see an opportunity where we are still lacking a bit behind. It is a right prediction because Mr. Soundarajan also brought out about the fact that our predictive abilities and how we are planning to make that decisions on whether the prediction is right, whether it is reliable, there is a gap. Where is the gap coming in my understanding is we are not capturing, for example, let me just take two basic examples with which probably I'll be able to highlight my point is, let us take geo data. Say you have our wind and etc. Not every aspect of how the climate has evolved or evolving or is expected to evolve in future is correctly captured and built into the model of how the decision making for investment and the plant location is taken. I'll just take an example. This is because it is an academic institution. I'll quote a paper which is a simple paper where there was a plant in Pune, a 2.5 megawatt plant, and generally हमारा module cleaning का cycle होता है, it is around once in every 30 days. So very surprisingly, they found that there was degradation starting around 7 to 8 days के बाद, and somewhere towards the end of the month, the degradation went to close to around 15 to 18%, which is significantly high in terms of what the general returns of investment is considered. And then the panels used to be clean, and then it used to be better. Initially, they couldn't identify the pattern, so they requested some academic people to, and there was a research paper they observed for a year. The simple thing what they missed out was there was some construction which was happening some there, and there was a wind gust which was happening for the 3 months in a year, January, February, and March, which contributed to significant amount of dust deposits, which was over and above how the general cleaning and generally you cater for in places like say Rajasthan or somewhere where this is expected. But nobody expected this to happen in Pune. Why I'm saying this is where the adequacy part comes. Your data model of what you are going to do has to be dynamically evolving. It cannot be a static model, and it cannot take references of some archaic research work which was done. It has to be evolving. It has to have the foot on the ground, very firm. Your ears on the ground should be taking the pulse of what is happening, why it is happening, how can that be continuously evolving in a model. So when you talk about analytics is not just that just running through some numbers. Where the numbers come from? Are the numbers good? Are the numbers clean? Are the numbers adequate? Is a place where we need to invest a little bit of more effort, and everybody here, all the stakeholders here have a role to play in understanding whether the data which you are processing is adequate enough and accurate enough so that you can get better ones. So that is my broad understanding, a broad, I'll say, explanation to a very specific question.
Okay, thank you so much. Now that we will be implementing all the learnings that we have had to our projects that could range from 100 kilowatt to 2 megawatt to 10 gigawatt, but what happens when we to 10 megawatts? But what happens when we go to 200 megawatts or 500 megawatt? I would request Manoj sir to please give us more challenges that we need to solve. Our youth can take part proactively and go through. हमारे 300 मेगावाट और 400 मेगावाट में क्या अलग से challenges आते हैं?
Yes, before answering Neha's questions, I need a commitment from each and everyone who's sitting here in this room. Are you ready?
I think they're sleeping. Are you sleeping? Should we also sleep?
So everyone has to commit me that this summer nobody will reduce their AC temperature below 24.
A tough one. I commit.
Are you
I
commit?
don't use AC. I don't use AC.
students doesn't raise their hand. I don't know why. They love sleeping in 18 or 19 degree temperature.
Oh! Now that the ball is in our court now.
So I'll come back to your questions. The challenge is if you are installing or starting a project of 300, 400 gigawatts, megawatt six of projects. The problem starts the day you start taking this bid out from the government and started participating in the bid. The first thing, if you won the project, very good. And then today's scenario, I don't know how long it will take to get your PPA done with the off taker. Today's scenario is central government, SECI and other big agencies like NTPC, MBBL and NHPC, they would have more than 60 gigawatt projects as of now. And out of that, more than 40 gigawatt yet to be PPAs to be signed, or someone has to take off those projects. So the program starts from that day only. It goes, I have taken a loan, I have taken a busy bank guarantee. Thousands of crore bank guarantees are lying in the SECI's office. And they are paying interest on those BGs. So problem starts the day this. After that, you go and you take the evacuation approvals from the CTU network or STU network. Then they commit, okay, they are giving you the blindly connectivity approvals. Okay, you can connect your 200, 300 megawatt with Farana substation. You can take your approval in this. When the substation will be ready, it may come around 2030 or 2032 or 35. So what you will do, you have planned your business after that only. So this is the situation happening. I'm talking about the today's scenario. So once you started taking the location approval, then you started execution at site, execution, acquiring of land. It's a big challenge. Lot of ROWs. Getting, suppose let's say I need to construct a 300 megawatt project. I need roughly around 1500 acre of land. Single one location, 1500 acre land. It's available in Rajasthan only. Other sites, it's very difficult to get. So even though in Rajasthan there are plenty of lands available, but getting this 1500 of chunk, it's a painful. We take government is giving allotment, but the government allotment, we cannot rely on that allotment. It may take years, 2 years, 3 years. No commitment by any authority. Yes, you will get your land in this particular time. So this again this problem starts, and the laying of transmission line, taking the transmission line from the various farmers' land and connected to the designated substation. It's another pain, and biggest pain as of today in this renewable sector. Everywhere, whenever you travel, you will find there are lot of transmission towers. Everywhere there is a transmission tower. There is a network, big network. Then because of the lack of planning, we are not doing planning. And our transmission utilities, they have not provided the corridors. The once first day when you finalize your location of your substation, they're supposed to be ROW. कहाँ से line अंदर आएंगी, कहाँ से line बाहर जाएंगी. At least for 5 kilometers both sides, they're supposed to be ROW to be designated along with the land finalization. Otherwise, they are also facing challenges. I'll tell you one of the example today's scenario. There are projects commissioned in 2024-25 at CTU, Central Transmission Utility Network, and there is a term called GNA, and there is a term called PGN. You are allowed to connect your generation, your plant to the substation that where you are supposed to connect it, but there are power you have fed into the substation, but that power has to transmit to various part of the country. So there are 765 kV lines, 400 kV lines that need to be constructed on time. The lines are not getting constructed at all. Rajasthan, today Rajasthan is 40 gigawatt plus solar installation happened. in Rajasthan. And out of this, Rajasthan is using only 13 gigawatt. The balance everything is going out of Rajasthan. And taking out of Rajasthan, you need big lines up to the Odisha level or Assam level. Power is going from Rajasthan. So Sarkar gives you GNA and TGNA. There are two things. GNA means it's a committed. If they ask you to back down your generation, they will pay you the compensation. TGNA कोई पता नहीं है भाई साहब, आपको बोल दिया बैक डाउन करना है तो बैक डाउन करना है। आपका प्लांट आप चल रहा है, आपको इमीडिएटली घंटे 2 घंटे पहले नोटिस आ जाएगा, प्लीज बैक डाउन। आप 300 मेगावाट पे प्लीज बैक डाउन टू 150। So this
That is a challenge.
today's
Yeah, that is a big challenge.
today's challenge.
Oh, very nice.
So these are the, I'm talking about the operational challenges. Or there are multiple other challenges.
But I think these are enough for them to solve for now. So one of the
Okay, thank you.
thank you. One of the challenges that we have seen is the spike in the power and non availability of enough basis where can we store them. I would come to Prateek ji with that question. We are talking about BESS as a solution wherein we store the extra energy during peak hours of the production. From where do we source these batteries? And since we are running out of time, I would request everyone to keep it within trips. How do we manage these battery requirements? Can we have batteries from non-manufacturing sources, for example, EVs, or how do we manage this?
So, just wanted to tell everybody, like the students who are there, so whatever we have talked, it is getting very technical. मेरे भी थोड़ा ऊपर से जा रहा है, but these all are the industry leaders है ना. तो मैं थोड़ा सा आप लोगों को ये फ्रेमिंग बताता हूँ कि 2010 में सोलर इंडस्ट्री स्टार्ट हुई थी, and that was the opportunity for everyone to get into this. You at your stage right now plan to get into the industry. This is a very big industry going to be boom. BESS, this is a battery energy storage system, is a new upcoming industry. Considering the geopolitical scenarios, the oil and gas are going to be, there will be the scarcity of the system of oil and gas. So ultimately, the everybody across the world has to come onto the renewables, and renewables may आपको solar, wind, maybe the in future we are going to for the small nuclear reactors also, and BESS will be the integral part because सोलर की जो पावर जनरेट होती है, विंड की जो पावर जनरेट होती है, उसकी जो अनसर्टेनिटी है उसको कंप्लीट करने के लिए हम बीएसएस सिस्टम लेके आ रहे हैं। गोइंग फॉरवर्ड जो हमारी डेटा सेंटर की रिक्वायरमेंट है उसको एक फर्म पावर चाहिए, विदाउट अनइंटरप्टेड पावर चाहिए, विदाउट ट्रिपिंग उसको पावर चाहिए, वो बैटरी एनर्जी स्टोरेज सिस्टम के साथ ही हम दे सकते हैं। उसको पूरा करने के लिए हमें बैटरी एनर्जी स्टोरेज सिस्टम्स के अंदर बहुत सारे लेवल्स पे आर&डी की डेवलपमेंट की बहुत जरूरत है। अगर हम मोबिलिटी की बात करते हैं तो मोबिलिटी में मैं एक बैकग्राउंड दे देता हूँ कि दिस कंप्लीट इंडस्ट्री इज डिपेंडेंट ऑन चाइना एज ऑफ नाउ आल्सो। तो इंडिया के पास बहुत काम करने के लिए मोबिलिटी में हम सबसे पहले लिथियम आयन में एनएमसी केमिस्ट्री पे वर्क कर रहे थे। नाउ वी आर कमिंग ऑन अ केमिस्ट्री ऑफ द एलएफपी, देयर मे बी द वेनेडियम केमिस्ट्री आल्सो, देयर मे बी द केमिस्ट्री एल्यूमिनियम से हम बैटरी सेल्स बनाए, जिंक बैटरी केमिस्ट्री विल बी देयर, सोडियम बैटरी केमिस्ट्री विल बी देयर। So this is a very good opportunity window for you all to understand कि हमें किस सेल टेक्नोलॉजी पे काम करना है for the BESS. After finalizing the cell technology, mobility और storage में भी हम LFP पे काम कर रहे हैं आज के डेट में, जो हम प्रिज्मेटिक सेल्स की बात कर रहे हैं। उसमें भी हमारे पास में बहुत से चैलेंजेस हैं कि हमारा जो बेसिकली जो रिडक्शन हो रहा है चार्जिंग और डिस्चार्जिंग के बीच में जो हमारे लॉसेस हो रहे हैं उसको हम कैसे सेव करेंगे। द जो bulkiness of the containers है बैटरी एनर्जी स्टोरेज के, that will be a bigger problem to install these energy storage system. We have to think at that level कि हमें ये जो बिल्डिंग जिसमें आज हम बैठे हैं या आप जिस इंस्टीट्यूट के अंदर हो, that should be completely cut off from the grid. हम उसको सोलर प्लस बैटरी एनर्जी स्टोरेज से कैसे चला सकते हैं। There will be the development of the microgrids across the countries, across the globe. हो सकता है कि सिटी के आउटस्कर्ट में। So government has taken an initiative of the PM Kusum scheme, which is somewhat kind of the microgrid development out of, for the substation level जो वो villages में 2-3 मेगावाट के प्लांट लगा रहे हैं। This is called the distributed renewable energy systems also. So these are the systems. Now coming on to one more opportunity कि जो mobility में हम batteries use कर रहे हैं, the electrical mobility में, which is the 2-wheeler और 3-wheeler, वो बैटरीज आपकी 3 साल की लाइफ साइकिल आ रही है उनकी, 3 साल की वारंटी आती है जनरली। यू गाइस मस्ट बी मूविंग ऑन द इलेक्ट्रिकल टू व्हीलर्स नाउ, तो वो बैटरीज खराब हो जाती है। वो बैटरीज कंप्लीटली खराब नहीं होती, उनके सेल्स आप निकाल सकते हो। एक बैटरी के अंदर अगर मल्टीपल सेल्स लगे हुए हैं और उसमें से 10% सेल खराब हो गए तो वो बैटरी परफॉर्म नहीं करेगी। उसको वापस रिवर्स इंजीनियर करके उसके जो खराब सेल है उनको रिसाइकलिंग में डाल के उस बैटरी को वापस से काम में लिया जा सकता है, और जो खराब सेल है उसके मटेरियल को वापस रिप्रोसेस करके उसको बीएसए सिस्टम में काम में लिया जा सकता है। तो दैट्स हाउ अ वेरी बिग अपॉर्चुनिटी इज गोइंग टू बी देयर इनटू द मार्केट। यू कैन प्लान योर मॉडल्स की कैसे हम बना सकते हैं, कोई प्रोटोटाइप्स आप कॉलेज में प्लान कर सकते हैं। I think I have attended a workshop of UEM 3-4 years back. At that time, the students have created very unique and innovative models. So, as a teacher, I request you to guide the students कि इस इंडस्ट्री के फ्लेवर को कैसे ये लोग यूज करके कुछ मॉडल्स बना सकते हैं। We as a industry specialist can give you the specific problems जिसपे आप लोग थोड़ा सा काम कर सकते हैं और उसको एक बेटर सॉल्यूशन हमें भी दे सकते हैं। That's how we can reduce our losses. That's how we can improve our efficiency, and that will be a revolution to the industry.
Thank you so much. Building up, yeah, that was very great. And building up upon that, I would request Akhilesh ji to kindly guide the students कि अगर हम 2 व्हीलर या 3 व्हीलर की फ्लीट से बैटरीज को यूज करके बैट्स में लगा सकते हैं तो इसका बिजनेस मॉडल कैसे काम करेगा? What are the new innovative ideas that the youth can work upon?
Surely, good question, Nehaji. So, building upon what Prateek said, there are a lot of opportunities coming up because of the EV-based mobility. So, like as we are seeing a lot of e-rickshaws, e-autos, e-two-wheelers, electric cars are now getting operated in India. 2030 तक गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का प्लान है ऑलमोस्ट 80% vehicles that we are using for the transportation should get converted into EVs. So with that there is a vast opportunity because जब EV हम utilize करेंगे उनकी बैटरी एक टाइम के बाद में unusable हो जाती है because of the efficiency level getting down. उन बैटरीज को after say 4 or 5 years we can utilize them into BESS. We can also utilize them for various other recycling model and काफी सारा उसके ऊपर काम हो रहा है wherein like with new battery waste management rules that have come up in 2022 producers के ऊपर भी responsibility है कि उन सारी batteries को आप track करिए, उनका एक digital passport बनाइए so that you can track where those batteries are going. They could be brought back, refurbished, then utilized into the BESS system. उसके अलावा एग्रीगेशन भी हम कर सकते हैं जहां पे चार्जिंग स्टेशंस जो आ रहे हैं फॉर 2 व्हीलर्स एंड 3 व्हीलर्स काइंड ऑफ सेगमेंट, उनके जो चार्जिंग पॉइंट बन रहे हैं उनको इंटेलिजेंट चार्जिंग पॉइंट बना सकते हैं, इंटीग्रेटिंग देम विद सम एआई सॉल्यूशंस, उनका बीएमएस को हम बेटर बना सकते हैं सो दैट दोस चार्जिंग स्टेशन कुड बी पावर्ड बाय दीस स्मॉल बीएसएस सिस्टम्स. सो रादर देन डिपेंडिंग ऑन द सप्लाई फ्रॉम द ग्रिड सिस्टम, एक लोकलाइज हम सिस्टम बना सकते हैं जहां पे हम सोलर को इंटीग्रेट करके लोकलाइज चार्जिंग पॉइंट चार्जिंग स्टेशन बनाया जा सकता है एंड दीज ऑलरेडी रिफर्बिश्ड बैटरीज कुड बी यूटिलाइज्ड इनटू दैट. सो आई थिंक
Yeah, that sums up a lot of things that Sir has covered the battery waste management rule and the refurbishment part. It's a big deal. Battery passport एक अपने आप में नया innovation हो रहा है इंडिया में. And for all the second life battery usage, हमारी जो लास्ट के सेल्स बचते हैं उनकी हेल्थ अच्छी होना बहुत जरूरी है ईवी के बाद. और बैटरी की हेल्थ इस बात पर डिपेंड करती है कि जब ड्राइवर ने उसे ड्राइव किया था तो हाउ ही ड्रोव द व्हीकल. For that we need to educate drivers and we need to change the driving system of that, the driving pattern. And Akash ji here we have from AHA Automotive. He has developed that equipment that helps the driver to understand that how he drives so that the range increases and the battery health is also good by the end of the disposal. So very quickly because we are running out of the time, can you explain how our youth can take initiative in that direction?
I think the best way I can convey what youth can do is by sharing our own small story, and that goes like it started with my own pain point. I got an electric vehicle, Nexon EV मैंने खरीदी थी, ऐसे एक पैशन परचेज था 2021 में. But then the pain point turned out to be that उसकी जो रेंज जो टाटा क्लेम करता था 312 किलोमीटर चलेगी एक की चार्ज में. But in real life, it was something more like 175 kilometers. And since I was one of the early adopters, by the way, I'm totally out of the box. मतलब, you guys are like there in energy management, but I'm like, uh, anyway, coming to the story, it is like फिर वो 150 किलोमीटर चल रही है, निकाल ही नहीं range. So then there was a small group of Nexon EV owners who used to train each other on how to drive the quote unquote EV way of driving so that you get the maximum range. So, then me and my wife, then COVID struck and things came down and we have time in our hands. So, मैंने और मेरी मिसेज ने जैसलमेर तक 1500 किलोमीटर का ड्राइव करके आए है ना. तो it was like that journey kind of taught each and everything about the energy management part, at least about the battery at that time, the EV battery. तो उसने बेसिकली ये समझाया कि देखो टेक एंड ऑल इज ग्रेट, आई मीन इट इज रियली गुड, बट a lot of things come back to us the user कि उसको यूज कैसे कर रहे हैं और उसमें कितना वेस्टेज कर रहे हो आप. So all the smartness, all the AI, everything is, end of the day, it's under us, it's under the driver. So that smart way of driving was more like, that journey gave me this idea that this can be automated. And it's simple, like you don't over accelerate, you don't brake harsh, you keep the speed constant. So then this product came out called Next Cruise. It's there in the exhibition hall also. You're invited to take a look. And it gave phenomenal results. वो जो टाटा 312 किलोमीटर क्लेम करता था, मुझे 340 किलोमीटर दिया कार ने. और that itself, that and how they scaled, I want to tell you. Because I came from this, I was doing 3D printers as the introductors shared. So I am more like a, engineer, quote unquote engineer. A कौन सा engineer वो छोड़ दो. Engineer is somebody who actually solves something. तो फिर ना मैंने उसका एक प्रोडक्ट बनाया और ऐसे ही इंट्रोड्यूस कर दिया ग्रुप में. तो एक साथ लाइक मोर देन 100 पीपल अडॉप्टेड दैट. तो वो चलते चलते इतना आ गया कि हमने उसको आइस व्हीकल्स के लिए बना दिया. तो आज की डेट में उस डिवाइस ने पिछले 2 साल में इंडिया में करीब 2 लाख लीटर पेट्रोल बचा दिया है और 5 करोड़ कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड CO2 एमिशन, टन्स ऑफ CO2 सेव कर दिया है. एट अ वेरी वेरी स्मॉल स्केल. अभी तो कुछ हुआ ही नहीं है, मतलब 3-4 हजार डिवाइसेस ही अभी तक इंस्टॉल हुए हैं ऑल ओवर इंडिया. कुछ बाहर भी गए हैं रिटेल लेवल, बट इतना ही है. तो व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू कन्वे इज दैट देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स थिंकिंग. तो ना एक तो होता है कि लाइक देयर इज अ 80-20 रूल कि आप कहाँ 20% एफर्ट करो जिससे 80% रिजल्ट आ जाए. So it is a way of, and that applies everywhere. When you are even deep into tech, like at the level what you stalwarts have been explaining, I've been like honestly, sir, I was feeling like a student, and it's a
We
pleasure.
all are, we all are.
तो ना तो उसके अंदर वही है. So to the students, like अभी आप जो formally studentship में हो, तो ना be above the knowledge. पहले तो ना डोंट बी अंडर द नॉलेज. उसको बॉस की तरह सुनो कि हाँ भाई ये ऐसा चल रहा है, दिस हाउ, एंड देन हाउ कैन आई यूज दिस नॉलेज इनटू क्रिएटिंग समथिंग. सो बिकॉज वो जो 80-20 है ना कि आप 20% सॉरी 80% एफर्ट करके 20% इम्प्रूवमेंट करते हो, वो भी ना अगर स्केल बहुत बड़ा हो तो बहुत ज्यादा इम्पैक्ट कर देता है. सो या इट्स योर कॉल वेयर यू वांट टू बी, बट देन being out of the box is probably, and being on top of the knowledge is what I want to convey.
So if the student want to collaborate with you, taking one step higher with your project, they can maybe use AI to teach the driver that this is your driving pattern. अगर आप इस तरह से चलाएंगे तो SOH ज़्यादा अच्छा रहेगा.
Exactly.
And then they can do another opportunity for you guys to work with the senior. Okay, so let's have last 2 questions and round our session now.
Extremely sorry, ma'am. Extremely sorry. Just a gentle reminder to all the panelists, we are running short of time and it's over 1 hour. So extremely sorry to disturb in between. So if we can just sum up it quickly so that we can start the next panel.
Yes,
So sorry, ma'am.
we do have to keep it short, but last 2 questions to sum everything up. We have seen a lot of strategies going on here. The second last point that I would like to cover is about vehicle to grid. We have seen how BESS can be used for our storage. So, Sanjay ji, Could you please explain how do we work out a vehicle to grid concept with our youth?
Yes. Hello. Yeah. Uh, yeah. Yes. Uh, from the starting of this session, we have come to know that India is growing very fast. For the renewable energy, from 2005, we have already 0.5 gigawatt. Now, 136 gigawatt up to 2030, we are going to reach the 500 gigawatt capacity by the renewable energy, and we are facing the many problems like the harmonics, the grid unbalance, the transmission network issues, and the weather we cannot control. It means the supply and demand, both things are not in our control. So what is the things which can be control the whole system, which is the battery. Battery can absorb the power when the generation is over. Battery can give the power when the generation and demand. They can manage the generation and demand both. So we require the battery storage system for the whole system management, and it is important. Now, the India is rapidly growing the electrical vehicles. Up to 2030, we are expected to 10 millions EV vehicle, and each EV vehicle required around 40 kilowatt hour battery storage system. So, if we use EV vehicle battery to manage our grid and the power system, it will help us a lot. This is what I feel.
Thank you so much. That was very crisp. We have Ranjan ji sir. So could you please help us understand that जब हम पावर प्रोक्योरमेंट की बात करते हैं तो आरटीएस जो नॉर्मल हम नेट बिलिंग वगैरह करते हैं इसके अलावा we have an option of open access. In very crisp manner, could you please help our audience understand what this concept is?
ओम सूर्य नमः। जैसा कि आपने क्वेश्चन किया कि कंज्यूमर्स के लिए प्रोक्योरमेंट के लिए सोलर प्रोक्योरमेंट के लिए टू वेज हैं। एक तो है बिहाइंड द मीटर एंड सेकंड वन इज द ओपन एक्सेस। बिहाइंड द मीटर मतलब ये हो गया कि जैसे आपका कॉलेज है, हॉस्पिटल है, इंडस्ट्री है, उसकी सेम प्रीमाइसेस के अंदर आपने सोलर प्लांट लगाया है एंड यू यूटिलाइजिंग द एनर्जी जो आप प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं सेम प्रीमाइसेस में कर रहे हैं। जब आपकी एक्सेस इलेक्ट्रिसिटी प्रोड्यूस हो रही है तो आप एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं ग्रिड को। तो दिस इज क्योंकि ये इसको बिहाइंड द मीटर इसलिए बोला जाता है क्योंकि जो सोलर है वो आपका यूटिलिटी मीटर के बाद कनेक्ट हो रहा है, इसलिए इसको बिहाइंड द मीटर बोलते हैं। तो ये तो हो गया आपका बिहाइंड द मीटर और इसके अंदर कोई चार्जेस वगैरह नहीं होते जैसे ट्रांसमिशन, जैसा सर ने बताया था अभी मनोज सर ने कि ट्रांसमिशन काफी पावर को लेके जाना पड़ता है, जैसे उड़ीसा तक लेके जा रहे हैं, तो वो चीज नहीं है। यहाँ पे सिंपली उस प्रेमाइसेस में यूज हो रहा है और कैप्टिव प्लांट्स बोलते हैं सोलर रूफटॉप पावर प्लांट। जहाँ तक की बात है ओपन एक्सेस की, ओपन एक्सेस का मतलब ये कि आपका कॉलेज, आपने कॉलेज में प्लांट नहीं लगाया, कॉलेज में जगह कम है लेट्स से, और प्लांट आप लगा रहे हैं वहां से 200 किलोमीटर दूर पे, तो वो जैसे जनरली कोई सोलर फॉर्म्स के अंदर लगते हैं तो उसको हम ओपन एक्सेस बोलते हैं कि वहां से जो ट्रेवल कर रही है, डिलीवर कर रही है कंज्यूमर को जो आपकी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी है, उसके लिए हमें स्टेट और नेशनल ग्रिड को यूज करना होता है। उसके लिए जो डिस्कॉम का जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हम लोग यूज कर रहे हैं उसके लिए हमें जो ट्रांसमिशन चार्जेस, बिलिंग चार्जेस, क्रॉस सब्सिडी चार्जेस और जो अदर उनके जो चार्जेस हैं वो हमें पे करने होते हैं। तो ये दो तरह के सिस्टम है बेसिकली। और इसमें इस तरह का भी सिस्टम है कि अगर आप जीरो एक्सपोर्ट करना चाहते हैं कि मतलब आप चाहते हैं कि एक डिवाइस लग जाता है जिसके थ्रू आप ग्रिड में पावर जाएगी ही नहीं आपकी, तो उसको हम जीरो एक्सपोर्ट डिवाइस बोलते हैं।
Thank you so much, sir. So this panel was really a bombardment of information and knowledge. We have seen that nothing exists in silos. We have solar, then we have BAS, then we have mobility coming up, then we have V2G and the usage of second life cells in the BAS. So it's entire spectrum of lot of opportunities. I am very grateful to entire panel.
Information for that.
Another two bombardment, be ready.
One, the Rajasthan government discounts has allowed there is a new inverter that works even though if your power grid is not available. So your solar plant will be continue running. Today अभी what happening क्या हो रहा है कि मेरे घर पे रूफटॉप लगा हुआ है, जैसे ही पावर कट हुआ रूफटॉप ने जनरेशन बंद कर दिया। वन न्यू इन्वर्टर हैड बीन इंट्रोड्यूस, आ गया है, उसको हाइब्रिड इन्वर्टर बोलते हैं। दैट इन्वर्टर के साथ में बैटरी लगती है एंड योर इवन दो पावर कट हो जाता है तो भी दैट योर रूफटॉप इज कंटिन्यूअस जनरेटिंग पावर। दिस इज वन ऑफ द इंफॉर्मेशन। सो अब जो भी लोग नए प्लान कर रहे हैं रूफटॉप के लिए, तो प्लीज आस्क योर जो भी जिससे भी लगवा रहे हैं कि वो गिव सम इनसाइट अबाउट द हाइब्रिड इन्वर्टर। वन सेकंड, द बहुत सारे लोगों को ये फियर है कि अभी सोलर में इतना कुछ हो गया है, सोलर ये तो एग्जॉस्ट है ना, सैचुरेशन लेवल पर आ गया है। अब क्या होगा इसके बाद, व्हाट इज द नेक्स्ट वो अभी द वे वी आर यूजिंग एआई डाटा, सो एआई एंड डाटा को यूज करने के लिए वी रिक्वायर ह्यूज अमाउंट ऑफ पावर and this power is used in data centers. So there is a requirement of more than 150 gigawatt of power for upcoming, let's say around 1.5 gigawatt of data centers. So this is the new business, and you can read out in the GPAD or Google. This is the two new things happening in the sector. Thank you.
So we have had a delicious conversation over a lot many matters, and I guarantee you that each of them is an ocean of knowledge. Please do connect with them through LinkedIn or off the stage and get your ideas shared and guidance on them. They really know a lot. Even if you take the whole day or an entire month, there will be something left to talk about. So we will end up and wrap the session. Thank you so much for being such a patient and lovely audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for an insightful session. I thank each and every panelist personally, and of course our moderator for the smooth conduction of this panel. Now it is time to move forward with the facilitation of our panelists. So I would like to invite our VC sir for the same. Firstly, let's felicitate Ma'am Neha Sakka ma'am for her contribution to this panel. Everyone, a huge round of applause for ma'am, please. Next up, Mr. Akhilesh Saxena, sir. Next, Anand Venkataram Krishna, sir. Thanks, sorry, sir.
Next is Mr. Prateek Agrawal. Next is Mr. Akash. Next is Mr. Sanjay Dixit.
I request everyone to give every panelist a huge round of applause, please. Next is Dr. Sridharaj Soundarajan, sir.
Next is Mr. Rajan Bharadwaj. Next is Mr. Manoj Kumar Gupta.
And our final panelist, Mr. Sudhakar Soundarya, sir. We appreciate your contribution, and I would request all the panelists for group photographs to kindly come forward on the stage.
Thank you so much, everyone. So we are moving forward with the panel 2 discussion. The theme of this panel is the Silicon Blueprint Industry 5.0, synergizing automation, advanced fabrication, and sustainable manufacturing. Now, I would like to invite our moderator and panelists. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Rajesh Solanki, Lean Six Sigma practitioner.
Next panelist for this panel is Professor S.C. Bahaduri, CEO of Techno Center of Excellence. Please join us on the stage, sir. Our third panelist is Mr. Vijay Rastogi, Planet Hat, NBC Bearings.
Next is Mr. Ashish Srivastav, Senior General Manager Operations, Gravita India Private Limited.
Our fifth panelist is Mr. Atul Singhal, founder and CEO of Fusey Elevators Private Limited.
Next is Mr. Raman Kumar Trivedi, Scientist D and Joint Director, Bureau of Indian Standards.
I request everyone to please welcome them with a huge round of applause. Our seventh panelist is Professor Dr. Mukesh Yadav, sir, Dean Academics and Foreign Relations of UEM Jaipur.
The last panelist is Ms. Varsha Verma, founder, Elixir Design.
We welcome all our respected panelists for the second panel discussion. Our moderator for this panel discussion is Professor Dr. Mukesh Kumar Yadav, sir. The stage is all yours, sir. Kindly conduct the session.
Thank you, ma'am. So, good afternoon all. After having the Power Pack first panel, good afternoon all. Am I audible? Yes. Yeah. So after having the Power Pack session with 10 panelists in the first panel on smart grid and electric mobility of 2030, now we move on to the second panel, and I welcome all the distinguished panelists in this panel. Thank you for your presence and time. So, we would say that we have moved into Industry 5.0. So, if you see the journey from Industry 1.0 to 5.0, we have moved from mechanical efficiency to computational efficiency, and now I would call it as a cognitive efficiency. Industry 5.0 evolves human-centric, techno-driven models, and we as academicians have to rethink of designing curriculum, our pedagogy, and the partnerships. We also need to stay aligned with the emerging expectations while nurturing innovation, adaptations, and real-world skills. So, we have this panel titled Industry 5.0, where we need to synergize automation, advanced fabrication, and sustainable manufacturing. Now, to set the context, I would like to read out two reports which I have with me. One came out with PricewaterhouseCoopers report in 2022, where they have surveyed for around 700 plus manufacturing companies over 23 countries. And the key insights, I think, would be the food for thought for our discussion. It said that 36% of the manufacturing companies, they have been no digital transformation. 2% of them, they are developing roadmap for transformation, 20% of them just beginning the transformation, and 42% of them they are at the initial progress. Only 10% could make out to be called as digital champions. Now, this is the case of large and medium-sized manufacturing units. We in India, we depend on micro and small size and medium enterprises, which is a big number, 6.3 crore MSMEs we have, which is the backbone of the country. So this is one thing. Another is the Rockwell report about automation smart manufacturing report, which says that 95% of manufacturers plan to invest in AI and automation within the next 5 years. And in the same report, they talked about the top 5 external obstacles, which is inflation, high energy costs, cyber security risk, shortage of skilled labor, supply chain disruption, and the geopolitical situation which we are facing at present. Also, it talks about the internal obstacles, which is attracting and retaining the employees, integrating technology, budget constraints, balancing quality and growth, and capturing and contextualizing the data. So this is just to set the context for this discussion, and I'm sure with your experience and expertise, we would like to have deep analysis of the situation, in especially how we are synergizing automation. So I would like to start with Mr. Rajesh Solanki sir, right, who is working in lean manufacturing and Six Sigma practitioner. Sir, if you have seen that Industry 5.0 is described as a shift from technology centric to human centric. So how, in your opinion, we can how this Industry 5.0 can be redefined as the relationship between humans, machines, and automation in compared to Industry 4.0?
Thank you, Professor Yadav. There's a reason why after 4.0, 5.0 came up. Anyone realize why? What would your guess be? Okay, I was just thinking someone may have the a guess. So it is in the human factor. All along, industry, right from up till 3.0, where you had mechanization, humans were an integral part of the industry, the processes at every level. Then at 4.0, digitization took place, and suddenly the digitization through Internet of Things found that humans were disconnected from that. And being a Lean Six Sigma practitioner, they were wondering how do we solve problems, because earlier humans had control over the process, they knew physically what's happening, and they were able to solve the problem, either Lean or Six Sigma. So at 4.0, those who implemented it, they say it is partially implemented, as Sir said through surveys. It is because the problems are not being solved using the digitized data. So 5.0 has now reframed the involvement of human beings. So it's kind of going back to the starting point. And that comes back with, Lean and Six Sigma have very powerful tools which require data. And if data is digitized, it is easier to manage it and make decisions. Those who have used Lean or Six Sigma tools for problem solving will have experienced that the data collection stage is very cumbersome and time consuming. And many times teams just collapse that, we can't solve this problem because the data is not available. Now that we have 4.0, we have digitized. So the human factor in 5.0, I think, is a win-win for solving the problem. That's very interesting to know that it will solve the problem. Moving ahead, we have with us Professor S.C. Bhaduri. And sir, you have worked on semiconductors a lot, and semiconductors are the backbone of modern technology, from AI systems and automation to smart manufacturing. How do you see the global semiconductor ecosystem? Like how the present challenges of this global semiconductor ecosystem can be met, and how can we help to address this issue?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for calling. Thanks to UEM and Dr. Yadav to put me in a panel. In fact, first thing I should correct about myself, I worked in semiconductors not to produce. I'm a mechanical engineer. I'm an end user of semiconductor. How the problem came to me and how I try to handle it, that is the story I'm going to talk about. We talk about automation, we talk about digitization, we talk about computers, we talk about microprocessors. Everything is revolving around a small 1 centimeter by 1 centimeter object that is called IC. I'll not talk about IC because India is still not equipped to manufacture IC in a big way because it has an investment requirement, it is a knowledge requirement. I take a reverse engineering. I ask the industry, whenever you have a problem in automation, if you want to, you see that your machine is not working because of some PCB, some keeps malfunctioning because of temperature. What happens? You ask the vendor to supply the complete PCB or a chip. Vendor says, sir, it is not available in this city. I take 15 days to bring the things to your shop floor and replace it. So right now the business is like this, that remove an old PCB and put a new PCB and the time which is involved in that. Now the actual challenge starts. We do not have, I repeat, we do not have a manpower or a capacity who can assess that PCB, what is wrong in that. That is the starting point. Why it is there? Because the fault goes to all the parties. And I'll blame myself because I was a teacher. And as a teacher, we never address this problem as a teacher to teach our students that what is in electronics. I divert a little bit. 10 years before, I was the principal of a college, and suddenly every student is coming, sir, I want electronics. So I asked everybody, why you want electronics? Sir, mobile towers are going to be there and mobile business is going to be big. So huge job opportunity for electronics engineer. Believe me, by the time these students graduated, electronics was nowhere. Why? Because it was use and throw. There's a fault, throw the item, buy a new one. The problem is not with the people who are at an upper strata of the layer. They can buy a new equipment by throwing the old one. The problem is with the small players because they cannot buy a mobile. So a lot of mobile repair shop came up, mushroom. And you'll be surprised to know that none of these repair persons are educated. None of. They only practiced and corrected. Somebody told me that now iPhone can be repaired at a corner shop. I went there, he doesn't know even English. He took a screwdriver, removed the cover, and corrected it. A shop, iPhone is repaired at a corner shop. Coming back to the problem, we do not have an ecosystem in our country where we are teaching the students multi-layered PCB. The moment you miniaturize a particular system to a small one, earlier what used to happen, a little variation again, the first computer is in Manchester. It does only addition and subtraction. The machine is in the room which is bigger than this room. Only two operations it does. Why? Because it works on an optical system. A little more information I'll add. Computer inventor did not get a Nobel Prize. Interestingly, the citation says anything developed by any human being which changes the life of the individual or human will be awarded a Nobel Prize. And computer is something which changed the complete world upside down. But they did not get the Nobel Prize. The reason is it was invented by a weaver. In Manchester, why it is in Manchester? Because Manchester is a big city where the weaving was a big thing. If you see your cloth, it has got two threads. One is called Tana, another is called Bana. And it is an optical thing. You put a card, and that card reads the design, and then the machine operates on that. The first computer which I used was using that card. And that card used to have holes. And that from there the microchips and everything. Sorry, I'm going to take a little more time, but I'm going to wind up very soon. Why I'm telling all these things? Because the first thing is to understand that the rapid growth of electronics is not in tandem with the education in the system. Unless until that happens, all automation or digitization cannot take the next step because we are going to stuck up with the information or with the hardware which is not available with us. Thank you. Because it's a long story, I can continue for hours of it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's a great information for all of us. Uh, In Industry 5.0, sustainability is one of the major pillars. And Mr. Rastogi, who is also the plant head of NBC Bearings, sir, I would like to know from you, what practical steps can manufacturing companies take to reduce energy consumption, waste management, and carbon footprint without affecting the productivity of the company? Over to you.
Hello. So first of all, good afternoon and thank you for giving this opportunity to me to share my experience of shop floor. So first of all, what is sustainability in simple word? We can understand sustainability is intelligent use of resources, intelligent use of available natural resources, and waste reduction and reduction in energy consumption. So and when we reduce wastage from our operation or from our system, when we reduce or eliminate inefficiency from our system, so ultimately we are improving productivity. So productivity and sustainability, I think both are the same as far as manufacturing is concerned. So first of all, sustainability, is embedded in entire functions of manufacturing. It starts from design of the product which we are manufacturing. So design of the product should be such it should not involve metal waste or it should not involve energy waste. And then process. The process which we are following to manufacture our product should be stable. Stable is a statistical term. I think Mr. Solanki can understand that if our process is not stable, definitely this will be producing a lot of bad quality parts. So that is purely a waste of energy. So process should be stable, and the process we follow should be established after getting a lot of validation. So validated, standardized, stable process means that whatever you produce, that is a guarantee that would produce only good quality parts. And we are in manufacturing, we are having a lot of machines, hundreds of machines, and we must know what is the energy consumption of each machine, each line. So we should be able to measure the energy consumption of each of our line and our equipment. Once we have the data of actual energy consumption, so we can do benchmarking, line to line, equipment to equipment, and day to day, and we can come to know through this data which of our equipment is consuming more energy. So once we have data, so then definitely we'll be able to trigger improvement points to bring the energy consumption down. And scrap rework in manufacturing is not acceptable, and there is a part of continuous improvement. So continuously we should strive to reduce scrap and rework from our system. That is a purely, you are this scrap and rework is you are burning the money, right? So that is purely waste of energy. And more important is first of all, our workforce who are engaged in shop floor, they must be knowing what is sustainability, why natural resources are important. So that is possible through we give them a lot of training. We can make them understand. Unless we make them understand the natural resources, why natural resources are important and how they can contribute. Ultimately, in simple word, we have to make them understand how they can contribute in sustainability. I think these are the few things through which we can minimize the waste and energy consumption, and we can ensure sustainability in manufacturing.
Thank you, sir. That was a great response. Coming to Mr. Ashish Srivastava, sir, you are the Senior General Manager Operations in Gravita India Limited. Uh, we believe that we make our students future ready and they are absorbed in companies, big companies like yours. So, what major challenge do you see in making students future ready? And when they join your companies, do you find them future ready, or what are the challenges do you see? Because this might be of interest to the students, and they might want to know this answer from you.
All right. So first of all, I'm very sorry for you guys. I've been there and I know how it feels to be there. Okay. So, but I'll request you to wake up. Okay, because what I'm going to tell you is something that is going to impact the rest of your life. You know. So first, I'll set a little context here. Indian manufacturing industry contributes to 15% of India's GDP. Okay, and Indian manufacturing industry employs about 12 to 15% of people who are employable, right? This industry is also growing, and I think Vijay knows this. They are growing at a pace of around 5% CAGR. So there are ample of opportunities. So people say that there is a lot of unemployment in India. I say no. We are struggling to find people, but we are not here to employ everyone. We are here to employ the people who are having skill. Okay. So I have a lot of knowledgeable people sitting here, but I come from an engineering background. I've worked in engineering department for quite some time, and now I'm working in operations. I've interviewed more than 300, 400 people in my tenure. And what I feel is that knowledge is one thing, skill is totally another thing. And what industry needs is more of skill than knowledge. Sir was telling that a person who is not knowing a word of English can repair an iPhone because he does not have knowledge but he has skill. Okay, so industry needs skill. You have to develop skill. Okay, this is first thing. Now in industry there are two most important things. One is safety mindset and another is discipline. Okay, any manufacturing industry works on these two things. We always say safety first. Okay, and these are the things that are lacking in our educational institutes. They are not developing safety mindset in the students. You know, as engineering students, you are expected to identify hazards. Okay, as engineering students, you are expected to know about safety culture. So if you want to become employable, start learning about lockout, tagout, start learning about permit to work, have this mindset of identifying hazards around you. Okay. Now third thing is industry is growing at a very fast pace. Industry 4.0, I'll tell you, I introduced cobot way back in 2014. And the teachers are here. I don't know you were teaching about cobots or not, but industry knew cobot 2014. Okay. So industry 4.0, we had machine talking to machine way back in 2015-16. We implemented that. So you come out of that culture of percentage. Okay, come out of that culture of mugging things, and go to the culture of acquiring some skill. So, for example, if any one of you can come to an interview and say, "Sir, don't treat me like a fresher. I know how to install a PLC. I know how to program a PLC. I know how to troubleshoot a PLC. I can guarantee you will be hired. You are already ahead of 99.9% of the people giving that interview. If you can come in an interview and you say, Sir, I am an expert in lean manufacturing. I've done projects in lean manufacturing. Or for example, you can say, I know predictive maintenance. I can guarantee you will get a job. Okay? So this is what is lacking. Don't run behind percentage and all those things. Run behind acquiring knowledge. Okay. And one thing from industry point of view, this is my personal opinion. Industry should start giving paid internship to the students on actual tech. You know, on actual tech. They were telling me that they send students to industries, but I know how students come and how they are treated in industry because they are not getting paid. Students also are not, that much sincere. And then the shop floor people, when they have a lot of jobs, so they don't want to train another training. Okay, so these things I think will help both industry and I think will make you more employable. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm sure students will be benefited by our thoughts. Coming to Mr. Atul Sugan, sir, you are the founder and CEO of QG Elevators Private Limited. Sir, I am coming back on to the sustainability part, which is the central goal for any business. Now, I would like to know from you how can manufacturers integrate green manufacturing practices or circular economic principles and energy efficient systems within the Industry 5.0 framework.
So, good evening, everyone. As I said, that how we can reduce our production cost and process to reduce the energy consumption. To reduce the energy consumption, we have to take care of our raw materials and see what kind of old material can be reused. If we use our old material for reprocess, so we can save our energy. And secondly, we can use our production units, manufacturing plants as well as they can also be a less consumption machineries. So this is how we can reduce the our manufacturing process.
Right, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Moving ahead to Mr. Raman Kumar Trivedi, sir. Sir is the scientist and joint director in Bureau of Indian Standards. Sir, you have seen that automation and robotics, they are transforming the manufacturing process worldwide. So, how can industries ensure that automation enhances human creativity and productivity rather than replacing human roles?
हेलो थोड़ा सा ये ट्रिकी क्वेश्चन है एक्चुअली इसमें बैलेंस बनाने की जरूरत है और स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड ये भी नहीं मना किया जा सकता कि हम रोबोट्स को कम कर देंगे बिकॉज सप्लाई और डिमांड और टेक्नोलॉजी ये सब चीज़ों को हमें देखना पड़ेगा बट डेफिनेटली हमें हर एक चीज़ के लिए फोरकास्टिंग करनी पड़ेगी जिसमें रिस्क एनालिसिस रिस्क मैनेजमेंट वो भी एक इंटीग्रल रोल अदा करेगा हमें प्रोडक्ट डिमांड वर्सेस उसका कॉस्टिंग वो भी इम्पैक्ट करेगा तो इसमें जो अभी एक जैसे कोबोर्ड की बात किए थे कोबोर्ड में भी क्या है कोहेरेंस है साथ में काम करना है किसको ह्यूमन को और रोबोट्स को तो इसके लिए भी स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन किया गया है बेसिकली मैं बीआईएस से बिलोंग करता हूँ तो हर चीज को स्टैंडर्ड से एक्सप्लेन करने की कोशिश करते हैं और स्टैंडर्ड का मतलब भी यही है व्हाट इज द स्टैंडर्ड एक्चुअली स्टैंडर्ड इज नॉट अ परफेक्ट डॉक्यूमेंट बट इट इज द पॉसिबल एंड बेस्ट सोल्यूशन एट दैट सिनेरियो जिसमें सारी चीजें वो कोशिश करते हैं जिसमें इंटीग्रल स्टेक होल्डर्स अपनी व्यू पॉइंट्स रखते हैं स्टेक होल्डर्स मैन्युफैक्चरर्स एकेडमिया यूजर्स एनजीओ सारे ऑलमोस्ट सारा का पोजीशन होता है वो बेस्ट सॉल्यूशन देने की कोशिश करते हैं तो स्टैंडर्ड्स कंसिस्ट ऑफ द व्यू पॉइंट्स फ्रॉम द ऑल स्टेक होल्डर्स अभी मैं इसी को सुपर इम्पोज करूंगा आपकी क्वेश्चन पे कि उसको कैसे एड्रेस किया जाए तो डेफिनेटली देयर इज स्टैंडर्ड आईएस 17193 कोबोर्ड पे है स्टैंडर्ड अब आज से 5 साल पहले मैं अगर कोबोर्ड की बात करूं ठीक है तो सिनेरियो डिफरेंट था आज मैं बात करूं सिनेरियो डिफरेंट है आगे आगे 5 साल बाद सिनेरियो डिफरेंट रहेगा
कॉन्टिन्यूसली इम्प्रूवमेंट करूंगा मैं उस स्टैंडर्ड में विद द हेल्प ऑफ द स्टेक होल्डर्स। तो ये जो आपका क्वेश्चन है वो बार बार चेंज होगा। चेंज कैसे होगा? व्हेन वी प्रोसीड विद दिस आईओटीज एआई, ठीक है, एंड व्हेन वी रियलाइज कि अब ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस बचा नहीं है इसमें, ठीक है, एंड वी आर पॉसिटी ऑफ द ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस फॉर सॉल्विंग द प्रॉब्लम्स, ठीक है। अब एआई के पास वो वैल्यूएबल डाटा नहीं है, अभी हमें खुद ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस से क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा। देन द रिवर्स विल कम बैक अगेन, वी विल एम्फेसिस ऑन द ह्यूमन थिंग्स, क्रिएटिविटी। तो ये बार बार चेंज होगा। तो द व्हाट इज द गुड प्लेटफॉर्म एक्चुअली? द गुड प्लेटफॉर्म इज एजाइल प्लेटफॉर्म, जो बार बार नीड के हिसाब से चेंज हो, ठीक है, फॉर टाइम ड्यूरेशन, एंड देयर इज सम ऑथेंटिसिटी ऑन दैट प्लेटफॉर्म, like legal sanctity should be there, which standard is playing the important role. So मैं इसीलिए बोल रहा हूँ क्योंकि ये ट्रिकी क्वेश्चन हो गया। अभी इसमें जैसे अभी आज के सिनेरियो में देखें तो जो क्रिएटिविटी है, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग है और इनोवेशन है, उस पे हम ह्यूमन पे फोकस कर सकते हैं। और जैसे रिपीटेटिव टास्क है, अब वो इंडस्ट्री वाइज पे डिपेंड करेगा। जिससे रिपीटेटिव टास्क है और आपका जहाँ पर डेंजर इन्वॉल्वमेंट है, जहाँ हाईली प्रिसाइज इक्विपमेंट चाहिए, जो लाइक सर्जरी के इक्विपमेंट्स बन रहे हैं, वहां पर आप अगर आपकी जो नीडल की थिकनेस ज्यादा है तो इट विल गिव यू पेन। अगर नीडल की थिकनेस बहुत प्रिसाइज है, कम है, शार्प है, इट विल बी पेनलेस। तो वहां पर हम डिप्लॉय कर सकते हैं। तो डिफेंस सेक्टर्स में है, ऑर्नामेंट्स जो सॉरी डिफेंस सेक्टर्स में जो हम आर्म्स बनाते हैं, वहां प्रिसीजन बहुत ज्यादा रिक्वायरमेंट है। बेयरिंग्स इज आल्सो वन ऑफ द इंपॉर्टेंट, डिपेंड करेगा एप्लीकेशन कैसा है। ठीक।
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Very wonderfully you have answered this question. Thank you so much. Moving ahead, we have Ms. Varsha Verma. She is the founder of Elixir Design Studio. Ma'am, you are working with building information modeling. So how is this transforming the architecture, engineering and construction sector? So from your experience working with international projects, how is BIM improving the design, coordination, efficiency and decision making in large scale projects? So if you can throw some light on this.
Thank you very much, sir. And good afternoon, everyone. So first of all, I would like to ask, how many people know about BIM here? If you ever heard about it, BIM stands for Building Information Modeling. Right. When I was in college, I was also not aware of it. But right. So now, it's something which is in progress. So not only architects, I would say contractors, even mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, plumbing people, everybody, contractors are using the BIM. So, in simple terms, people usually confuse between 3D model and a BIM model. So initially, I would like to clarify, what is a BIM model and what is a 3D model. 3D model is simply for the representation, right? You just build it for the presentation purpose, for rendering purpose, or visualization, for marketing. But BIM is basically a data-rich model that we produce, which includes materials, specification, performance, simulations that we are going to do. So, earlier, what happened? Basically, different, discipline trades do their work in silos. For example, architecture team is building their sheet set differently. Structure team is building their sheet set differently. Everybody is doing their work in 2D or in a separate manner. Then what happens? After the building is going to construct, we face many conflicts or issues while construction is going on. But now with the help of BIM, it gives us a federated model in a common data environment where we all can collaborate on a single real time, where everybody can see that how people are working from different rates. For example, in a very simple term, if I move a single ball and I give a sim, and another person who is sitting even in a different country can see what I have done there. So this is the coordination process that is going on here, which is really, really important to have everything in a very seamless manner. It actually, reduce very much of rework, I would say, and also it gives us a very clear picture and give us the ability to detect the clashes which is going to be there. and also like where we have the different trades going on and all the work on a same platform, it actually also reduce the conflicts between all the trades. So like it's very important, and all the people like from the different trades are also learning it. So I can tell you like one last example from my end, like which when I was working in one project. So when we look at the plan, so plan is basically we are standing up and looking at down to this conference room, like auditorium room, what is going on. So saw that stairs are coming and then there is a door. So everything was perfect there, looking like one person can move to the stair, and then the landing was there, and then they can go to the door. But as soon as we started modeling that in 3D, we observed that the landing part is basically below the height of the threshold of the door, which happened like because of that we cut the section. We saw that in 3D, like this is going to happen. So we raised the flag to the structural team, and then they actually changed their design accordingly. So this is how it is important, and many people are like India also people are using this platform, building information modeling, to construct many buildings here also. So which is a really good thing.
Thank you, ma'am. That is very interesting to know. Now, we have also third panel, which we want to finish before lunch. So I'm having the last round of question, and I would expect very short and crisp answers from you. Starting, coming back to Rajesh Solanki, sir. If you can, in a very uh, crisp way, if you can tell us what practical strategies manufacturing organizations can adapt to integrate continuous improvement with digital technologies in Industry 5.0.
Yeah, in a very crisp manner, I would say, uh, from a student perspective and faculty perspective, since that's our audience, you should learn the structured approaches to problem solve, like our friend from Gravitas mentioned, lean manufacturing. It provides you those solutions, which I think professor is asking about. You should learn about Six Sigma. How does it reduce variation, like Professor Mr. Stogie mentioned? Because these are the actual pitfalls to get your process profitable, to be sustainable, and reduce waste. Okay, so they have been around for a while now, maybe 3-4 decades, as long as I've been working, and every time you win, and like ma'am also mentioned about using a model to solve problems. Now, how do you solve that problem? You can't just come up with solutions without knowing what the root cause is, right? So how do you get to the root cause? That training, that structured approach of training and thinking is very essential. So that's where I would wrap that up.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for a great response. Coming to Professor Bhaduri, sir, again a very short and brief answer from you. How can this semiconductor manufacturing can become more sustainable?
Actually, there are two aspects of the semiconductor part of the any system. One is the virgin chip, and the second is the used chip. Virgin chip is a different ball game. We need not to enter in that because the solutions are umpteen number of solutions are there. The problem is the used chip. What is happening right now? If a particular PCB is failed because of one particular IC, we look for the same IC. A very simple solution is that IC can be replaced by number of ICs. How? If we go to a basic of any IC or any electronic system, it works on only three components: resistance, inductance, and capacitance. And everything is a combination of that. Our education system, like, or our students, they should train themselves that how we can replace a complicated IC to a simple few ICs by giving a new PC. Why I'm talking about that? The electronics is going to be very deep rooted very soon. It is going to shift from metros to C class and B and C class cities. There, getting a virgin IC is going to be a big problem. and the solutions can be only the equivalent. So number one, they must study how a particular IC is designed, taking the components. Second is how we can replace a complicated IC into simple number of ICs. Number three, every institution or student should go for the latest electronic manufacturing technology. We are having the PCB manufacturing class in BTech, but the instruments are only for single layer. We have to enter in a multi-layered PCB production because that is going to be in thing tomorrow in this country. Right now, you will be shocked to know multi-layered PCBs are exported to China from India. Exported to China. This is a manufacturing hub. So it means we need a huge gap, huge requirement in this country because the moment we'll enter in automation, the moment we'll talk about data acquisition, the moment we'll get the IC manufacturing, at the end of the day, this is the starting. I think that's sufficient for the day as far as I am concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's really wonderful to know all this information from you. Coming to Mr. Rastogi, sir, you have worked a lot on digitalization in MDC. So, could you tell us something about your journey of digitalization in MDC and how it can help others?
Okay. Uh, we have implemented Industry 4.0 and all our plants are industry or have implemented Industry 4.0. So in 2015 or 2016, we decided that we should adopt or we should implement Industry 4.0 in our company or in our plants. So since that time we were not knowing much about this Industry 4.0, so we decided first of all we will do some POC and we will implement Industry 4.0 in one plant only. And after that, after successful implementation, we will implement it across all the plants and all the locations of NBC. So fortunately, it was my plant was chosen for POC. So that time, first of all, the challenge is that implementation needs huge investment. So management commitment should be there. So for this was there, and we hired a few experts. So we were not knowing as a user. Honestly speaking, we were not knowing anything how after implementation how this industry 4.0 will look like. So we had some people who were the experts of this domain, and we had one vendor to develop an application for us. So then we decided all our paperwork, paper check sheets or record sheets will be transferred, will be digitalized. So we started giving input to our vendor, and in turn they were developing application for us. The second thing, which is which was very challenging, we around in our plant we were having around 300 machines. So some machines were 5 year or 10 years old or 15 years, 20 years old. So some machines even are older, 25 or 30 years old. Those machines, in Industry 4.0, what we have to do, we have to extract data from each and every machine, and those data should go to server and in form of dashboard. Those data should give us the real-time data for our entire plant. So those machines were not ready. So some were having Fanuc, some were having Siemens PLC, some were having Mitsubishi PLC. So that is the area where our maintenance or electronic engineer, very innovative work. They found customized solution for Fanuc, customized solution for Mitsubishi, customized solution for Siemens PLC, and our their Kaizen or their innovative work successfully we converted all the machines capable of exchanging data or exchanging or capable of interaction with server. So that was the biggest challenge, and then a lot of hardware has to install LAN connection, digital kiosks for each and every machine. Kiosk is a digital kiosk where operator would interact with Industry 4 digital production system DPM. We call it DPM. So that was another challenge. And once application was ready, the biggest challenge came to us, okay, how to adopt, how to make our workmen ready to use this Industry 4.0. The education level, that they are metric or graduate ITI, so they are not those were not that much qualified.
So here I would like to give important message to whatever technology we develop. This should be developed for operator. That should be user friendly. That should be very very simple. If it is complicated, nobody is going to accept that. And secondly, our workman ultimately, who is the ultimate user, that those workmen should be convinced that whatever technology has come, this is going to benefit them, and this would make their job easier. So then they were readily accepted. So we started giving training. We convinced them that this is going to make their job easy, and a lot of paperwork will be, all the data would be coming automatically in the DPM, so they are not required to fill each and every check sheet. So then we gave training to our workmen, and we did a lot of hand holding to them to make them. So successfully we started, using DPM. Then we started all our meetings, shop floor. Me and along with my staff member had to demonstrate among the workmen in the shop floor how now the entire plant is visible, performance of entire plant is visible, and now all the meetings, everything, there are no chat sheets, and all the meetings we are doing on DPM dashboards. So that is a way, in a brief, how we implemented Distri Bora, how we have switched from paperwork to digital.
That's really great to know. You deserve a huge round of applause, right? Thank you. Moving to Mr. Singhal, sir. Now in Industry 5.0, we are talking a lot about skilled manpower. Now, how can we have this workforce which is skilled? So, could you throw some light on this?
Definitely, sir. We are one of the MSME unit in Rajasthan. So as of now, there is no training session or there is no training institute in Rajasthan for elevators. So I request you to please, if you can start any chapter or any kind of training for elevators. There is a huge market in the all over country. Recently, BIS also introduced the IS 17900 Part 1 and Part 2 for the quality assurance and the safety parts, safety parameters for the elevators. So I request all the students, if you want to come into elevator industry, you have to become with the solutions. What I think is that elevator industry is only the solution provider. Earlier, this industry was on geared motor, and now it is on gearless. And have you heard about the vacuum technology? Anyone has listened about the vacuum? No. So recently we have sold around 20 elevators with the vacuum technology. The benefit of the vacuum elevator is that it goes with the power consumption, and by coming down, it does not consume the power. It is the beauty of that elevator, and it is installed in a single day. Have you heard about that? Can elevator is installed in a day? I don't think so. But nowadays, the elevator can be installed in a single day. So this is my prospect for the elevators. If you people are interested, please start working on the elevators.
Definitely, sir. We will definitely.
And
have to
one
buy.
more thing I would like to say, sir, that as of now, all elevators are controlled by V3F drive. V3F drives consumes the power consumption, and after the rest power goes in air. So if there is a new concept called regenerative drive. If you use the regenerative drive, whatsoever extra power has been generated by the elevator, it will go to the grid. So it will be a new regenerative drive is also a new concept. So it can be reduce the power also.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Moving ahead, my next question is from Mr. Trivedi, sir. Please try to keep it short. We know that Bureau of Indian Standard, they are playing a critical role in ensuring quality and safety. So, what role is Bureau of Indian Standard playing especially in case of AI and advanced fabrication?
इसको मैं 4 parts में आंसर दे देता हूँ जल्दी से. First challenge. What are the challenges in front of the industry when they implement AI? First is quality of the data. Second is ethics and trustworthy AI. Third is alignment with the global standards. Fourth is always risk assessment. And what the BIS is doing, BIS is developing the standards with the two main technical committees, which is LITD 30 and PGT 18. PGT 18 is taking care of the robotics parts, which is the actual implementer on manufacturing industries, and the AI and data is taken care by the LITT. And we are from the India, we are the nodal agency to represent the India viewpoint in AI. And I would like to share one important information with you. The first standard across the world, which was proposed by the India only on AI app, and it was accepted by the IEC, ISO JTC committee, and it was published also. So it is a proud matter of proud also. And this, we have covered the challenge, then covered challenge. The solution is in the standard definitely, because we are providing the collaborative solution. Third is what is the role of academia and what the student can do. Student can read out all these standards. No need to just do the Google search and all. First just get the information what is already work has been done. Then you do some research with the industry or through the Google. Give your research to the Bureau of Indian Standards, or you can propose these are the existing problems and this is the probable solution which can be included in the Indian standards, so that the standard can be used in academia, manufacturing plants, and anywhere. And I think it is
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Thank you, sir. And my last question to Varsha ma'am. Ma'am, how do you see robotics transforming construction processes and site productivity in the coming years?
Thanks. So, like if we talk about robotics, so like first of all, the main part is like we see the site safety. So like most of the sites are basically hazardous, like where people work, and like they have to work on the extreme conditions. There are like doing like work on heights. So these things can be taken like the robotics can take part on it, and they are taking part in it, and do the most of the heavy lifting. And then the other thing, like it's the like to reduce, they are reducing the like which is going to be very like a negative way for the humans. So they are doing this heavy lifting, and then the human can do the maximum of the creativity part from their end. And then the robotics, if we talk about, they also like as also sir mentioned, like that what people should do, that the repetitive tasks should be assigned to the robotics part. So like so that these repetitive tasks, if we talk about in terms of construction, that could be like bricklaying or rebar tying and 3D concrete placements. These kind of things are basically going to be helpful with the robotics only. And then also there is a 3D printing that is going on, like which is actually a very not a very new concept, but which is directly also not related to the robotics. It's basically, I would say, it is a system, like a guide system basically there, that it actually helps to place the fix, I would say, the structure they are going to develop on the site. It's a prefab thing that they develop, and then you just bring on the site, and then you can place it, and this your construction is going to be very super fast. So it's also like it is it's going to be hand in hand. And initially, sir also mentioned when he was mentioning that these structures are going to be constructed in the like in the industry, and then on the side they are coming and then they are building the buildings. Like think about it, when it is going to mix with the building information model. So now coming on the site as well, people has to like you have the fully data enriched build model. Now what is going to happen, that only with those information, that building is going to build as well on site with a millimeter level precision. So there it will also reduce the cost, time, and also the conflicts, and the accuracy will be very very high. So it is really helping everywhere in this industry. And like if we talk about the green construction everywhere, if we talk about the old buildings where we have a very heritage buildings are there. So what about them, right? So if we talk about, it's not about robotics, but like the technology is going to be very high that we have the ability to do the point cloud. So you have the software, you have the technology that you can just measure and have the real time views of that particular building, and you can build the model and how it will help, that if you are going to renovate it, the renovation is going to be there. You will understand that what thing you need to do at where. So technology is something which is growing really fast, and I would say like this AI, robotics, and everything is not going to be a rival. I think we are here to like they are going to help us if we are going to use it in a very good manner. So they can do all the heavy liftings, and we can use most of our time in our creativity and the human potential we can put in. So
Yeah, thank you. I think I have one question from Mr. Srivastava, sir. I missed you in between, I think. Right. So Industry 5.0 also talks about resilience, survival, because you see in this geopolitical situation, it's very, some companies find it difficult to survive. And so what is your take on that, and how these manufacturing companies can build resilience for themselves?
Uh, See, first of all, it is a very detailed, it demands a very detailed discussion, but since time is less, I'll try to concise things. Uh, World is a global village now, okay? And everything is connected. So it is impossible to be totally, isolated from the geopolitical situation. That is not possible. One way or the another, you are going to be exposed. I can give you two, three examples from my professional career. Once there was a, we all are talking about Industry 5.0, AI, and all these things. You will not believe, once there was a cloud strike, and the person who did all this, he demanded 5 million from our company. Was working for German MNC back then. So, and lot of other tire companies just had to switch from Industry 4.2 to manual. They started maintaining registers. So we had to go back to that. So thing is, it is not possible to be totally isolated. Things will happen. Uh, but from the point of view of students, I can tell you, um, see, if you want to embrace Industry 5.0, if you want to see India as a manufacturing powerhouse, we have not to only modernize our machines. We will have to modernize our way of learning. We will have to modernize our teachers. So, a lot of times I see industry is growing, industry is learning new things. Students, universities want to adapt those things, but teachers are not trained. So, train your trainers is one thing that can enable us to be resilient as an industry, because if we only focus on technology, if we only focus on machines, and we don't focus on students, we don't focus on academia, then this will be a very weak foundation. And any global, see what is happening. If one country does not give us technology, we are not able to manufacture fighter planes, because we have not built that capability, that knowledge base on which our industry can stand. So to build resilience, I think knowledge is the only way.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So it has been a wonderful, insightful panel discussion. Thank you to all the experts for sharing their expertise and experience with all of us. So we can conclude this session saying that technology will shape the future, but it is the human who will define it. With this, thank you to all the panelists. Thank you all the listeners. Thank you for your presence. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you, our moderator and panelists, for an enriching discussion. To express our gratitude, we would now like to felicitate the moderator and the panelists. May I request Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma, Honorable Registrar and Provost of UEM Jaipur, to come on the stage for felicitating our panelists. I would like to invite Mr. Rajesh Solanki.
Give a round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Next is Professor S.C. Bhaduri. A huge round of applause. Next is Mr. Vijay Rastogi. Next is Mr. Ashish Srivastava.
May I now request Mr. Atul Singhal sir to please come forward. Can we give a round of applause for sir? I would request Mr. Raman Kumar Trivedi sir to please come forward for felicitation. May I now request Varsha Verma ma'am to please come forward for the felicitation. Please have a round of applause for ma'am. Last but not the least, it's time to felicitate our very own Professor Dr. Mukesh Yadav sir. Sir, can you please come forward? Please have a round of applause for our wonderful moderator. Thank you so much, all the respected dignitaries. Now we move forward to the panel discussion 3, which is on the topic architecting net zero futures, embedding net zero and energy efficient buildings with the fiscal demands of green growth.
We now welcome our moderator and panelists for discussion 3. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Gaurav Sharma, CEO, Trash Company. A huge round of applause for sir. Next is Mr. Ashu Gupta, founder, MD, Design to Occupancy, Jaipur. Next is Mr. Sanjay Kumar Garg, CEO, Aryav Eco-Friendly Resources Private Limited, Noida. Give a round of applause for sir. Next is Mr. Amit Dev Vyas, Scientist C, National Test House.
Now I would like to request Mr. Naveen Jain sir to kindly come up on stage, who is CII at Sorab Godrej Green Business Center. Please welcome sir with a round of applause. I would also request Mr. Manish Sharma sir. He is the panel moderator for this session. Please welcome sir with a round of applause. Up next, we have Mr. Abhirup Das, who is Senior Manager QA at Insolation Energy Limited. Please welcome sir with a round of applause. Students, I request you, can you have a good round of applause for all the moderators and panelists? A little more energy, can we expect that from you? At last. Okay, fine. Last but not least, I will request Mr. Manoj Sharma sir. I think, sir, please come on stage. Sir is CEO at Dura Strong Cements. Please welcome sir with a round of applause. Over to the moderators, sir. Stage is all yours.
Shall we start? So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining this important conference. We'll try to make it as engaging as other sessions, and very thought-provoking sessions have happened from the inaugural address to Mr. Sabus to this last session. So this session named after the net zero targets, and I welcome all my panelists, and but I know I'll quickly start with one small question, and if anybody can answer. So you have heard about Sam Altman, Elon Musk, right? Can we just little loud? Everybody heard about the Sam Altman and all, or India AI Summit? And how many of you have heard about the Hormuz Strait? Have you heard about the Hormuz Strait? Okay, there are a couple of people. So this is the reality actually nowadays. Till 27th of February, everybody was talking about the AI, AGI, and the ASI, and the entire on the national TV or international TV, Sam Altman was there, Elon Musk was there, and one bomb was fired from US by Trump, thanks to him, and thanks to him because by a very apt occasion we are discussing about energy today. And the entire people now, entire world is looking at the Hormuz Strait to receive that too good ship of the gas is coming, from the Iran to India. So thanks to the government. So this is the reality, very dynamic and very evolving times we are living in, and this is why this net zero target that we have decided earlier. So I'll quickly start my first question my first question goes to Mr. Manoj Ji, because he belongs to very core sector of the economy, cement sector. So my first question to you is, when this net zero target had set up, in those times vis-a-vis today's time we are living in, how do you see, uh, is it really achievable, or some tweak must be take place vis-a-vis the geopolitical scenario or our energy demands as of now? And especially, I just want to add on, what are the structural change you would want to happen in your sector?
Thank you, for inviting me to this discussion and event. And I like to request my young friends to come forward, please. Please come forward on the front seats. Students.
Yeah, you can come.
Because so that we can engage. You see, this panel is about very common thing, building. They are not going to do anything very technical or some.
I will try to make it more practical rather than technical. You can come forward.
Actually, everybody knows building. What is building? You may not be knowing IC, PCB or grids, etc. But you know building. So that we can engage. So, the question is it possible to go for net zero buildings? Yes, it is very much possible. And there is one more thing. There is no question of being possible or not. We have to go for it. There is no other alternative. And while proceeding for transitioning from this traditional model to net zero buildings, we need certain support from the government. We have to change our attitude. Basic thing is from our own attitude and mindsets. Our builders are very much focused on short-term ROI. The initial cost, upfront cost of net zero building is a bit higher, say 10 to 15% higher. But if you see the lifetime cost of the operating a building, it's much economical. So we have to keep in mind that if we train our builders, we give the right message to the customers that yes, your lifetime cost will be lower, they will go for it. And there is no question of being possible or not. I am firm conviction that we have to go for net zero buildings only. And in that, first thing is go for solar rooftops, go for high absorbent packets, they absorb energy, and number three, very common things. Go for highly reflecting glazing windows. They are very common things we can do. And industry is already working on the front of going for net zero buildings or lowering the emissions. You see, building construction industry is already shifting to, say, cement industry shifting to blended cements. In blended cements, we blend or mix some inert materials or semi-reactive materials with a clinker or pure cement. No doubt, strength is good of the cement, but pace of development is a bit lower. But we have to understand one thing: how much strength a common person or common house need. These blended cements are very much good, very good for the common construction purposes, all the purposes, including reinforced concrete slab also. So we are already moving in the right direction. One thing we have to understand from my industry point of view, the production of construction materials consumes 70% of the energy consumed by building during its lifetime. Only 30% energy goes in operation of the building. And industry is already working on this front. Dalmia Bharat Cement, you must have heard, they have already taken the target of going 100% on renewable energy by 2050. It's a very big challenge for the industry, but they are doing. All the companies, cement companies, are already going for blended cements. And there is one more thing, very innovative product, that is AAC block, you must have heard. In AAC block, we use 70% of fly ash. You see, 70% fly ash and balances a small amount of gypsum, cement, lime, and air bubbles. This AAC block provides lightweight construction material, good strength, and insulation from heat and acoustics also. So I think industry is moving in the right direction. Important thing is that we have to create the right mindset and awareness in the customers also, so that they can understand the things. Right? Are you getting young generation?
Of course.
You see, one thing I'm very clear in my opinion. We all are handing over baton to you. We are all old generation, and you have to take this baton forward. And I request you and faculty also, VC sir is sitting here. I hope you have included some curriculum regarding this green buildings in your, and students must have studied sun diagram. Have you studied civil students? How many civil students are here?
So we will.
Civil. So have you studied sun diagram? No. You see, sun diagram tells you the direction or exact location of sunrise at your location. Sun does not rise in the east always. It keeps moving. And in the summer, it rises northeast, and winter, it rises in the southeast. And there is a difference of around 60 degrees in the direction of sun. So while we speak of net zero buildings, we have to go for passive design, so that there is no need of energy in heating and cooling of the building. There is natural ventilation, and it is decided by your sun diagram. I hope you all go for sun diagram, study sun diagram,
and building layout, building planning according to that, so that we can understand how to minimize the use of energy in the building. Thank you.
Important point, Manoj sir. It's very fascinating to know how your industry is transforming to achieve the net zero target. Up next, will be coming how more decarbonization can happen in the cement industry. My next question to Gaurav ji, to you. Uh, you belong to the industry that is very important in the especially urban ecosystem, the waste management, especially in urban ecosystem. So lot of waste is being generated now, with the growing economy and with the, growing vertical cities. So, what are the constraints do you find really to produce energy out of the waste, first? And second, what potential do you see in your industry in upcoming 10 or 15 years?
Thank you for the question. I would say, whenever we think of, let's say, sustainable building or designs, we often talk about electricity, water, but I think the crucial element which is missing on is waste. So we may build sustainable buildings, but the crux will be that we are building those buildings in a city which has landfills. So I think the crux, majorly the biggest bottleneck I believe is the infrastructure. So waste management is extremely centralized, and even if happening at decentralized level, happening at ward level and not individual building or household level. So I think uh, when we're designing, I think the first important aspect is to push on the behavior. That how do we enable segregation by designing policy, designing infrastructure, by keeping that in mind that how do we reduce the effort of the consumer. Because what happens is that mostly whenever someone is, let's say, whenever we are consuming or discarding our waste, that's where the first trigger has to come in, that how do we segregate. And second is that the behavior has to be complemented with the infrastructure. So, for example, today we have door-to-door collection, and I believe a lot of people are trying to, let's say, segregate at their household level, let's say dry waste, wet waste, at max to start with. But the moment when you see a vehicle coming in from Nagar Nigam, if they do not have a segregation in that vehicle, your motivation goes to zero. So I think the bigger challenge lies is that अगर आप behavior भी बदल दोगे, but अगर infrastructure और support या complement नहीं करता है, the behavior is again going to back to zero. So, in short, what I believe, and from the aspirational point of view, is that what is most important aspect is that whatever we are building today, how do we think of waste being reduced, waste being segregated, and also if something we are not able to reduce, how can we reuse? So I was talking to Ashu also, and the thought is, for example, let's say we work with events these days. So the idea is that whatever event is happening, how do we bring in waste management infrastructure to ensure nothing goes to landfills? For example, one of our clients is Rajasthan Royals, and we work with when we work in Jaipur and Guwahati. The thought is that whatever waste is being generated, be it food waste, what can happen to food waste is either you can make manure or let's say biogas. So which means the first important element is definitely segregation. So if I mix plastic and food waste, I'm not able to get the 100% output because I know that my input is contaminated. Second aspect is that whatever plastic paper you're bringing in, how do you collect in a way that you are not spending a lot of money in segregation, which increases your profit margins, which gives you a business advantage that you're going to segregate it. And lastly, there are also materials which usually are discarded, for example, flex waste. We have also worked on the aspect that where we use that into value chain with a couple of our NGO partners who use that for packaging of their produce. So you have to think of possible solutions that how do you replace Nagar Nigam completely in the value chain? That nothing has to go to landfills. I think that's the kind of mindset we have to come in, and I think it will start from each one of us, from on the individual level. We have to think beyond that. This is just one plastic bottle, just one plastic toothbrush. In one of my TEDx talk, I think I did back in 22, I talked about that if all of us
say no to one plastic toothbrush, it's equivalent to weight of 22 Statue of Liberties. And that's the massive number to look at. So we may think that it's just one toothbrush, but collectively, it's so many of us, and the quantity then becomes very different. So again, we may think of the systems in a different way, but मुझे लगता है that the rewards has to come on individual level. If I know that if I'm not using one plastic bottle, what impact it can create on the world, I think my behavior will be a lot more triggered than thinking not about it. That's it.
Rather systemic. It's a very household problem actually has to be catered in and has to be introduced in every household. Very
Just,
nice.
just
point,
one
yeah.
thing to add, I think I would rather say it's a human problem. I believe that we lose lot more lives to climate change as compared to we lost to COVID. But our response as I would say human race was very different when it came to COVID because we knew that if we do not act, if we do not get in line, it will impact our lives.
True.
But here, when we talk about waste, we think it's not going to impact us. Future generation will see for themselves.
Of course, of course. So, taking lead from Gaurav, Sanjay, I'll come to you. As you know, you also belong to the eco-friendly resources and all. So now he was mentioning it's a human problem. So when we talk about the green buildings and the sustainability, somehow it sounds like a compliance sort of thing, rather just a human behavioral thing or integral part of the building. So how this compliance thing can be shift to the every household or the every can be integral part of the building designing and the concept, and what are the gaps you find right
Thank you, Manishji. First of all, that we have already discussed about energy sector in our previous panel discussions, and Gaurav has already touched upon basically on the waste segment also. So when we look for any kind of a building and the sustainability part over there and the compliance is over there, when we look for a green building aspect over there, so it comes out to be the power, which has already been discussed, waste, and the water, which is not being discussed as of now. So, in terms of water, we all know that we are using lots of groundwater, which is not a sustainable one. And then from that particular groundwater, we do further lots of treatments in the terms of RO systems and other treatment processes are there. To this one, there's a lots of water wastage is also happening. And further is coming out to be that so if we look into the dependency on the tankers or to the other source of the waters is again disturbing for all of us. So there is a lots of things are coming up where the government is talking about the net zero aspect. In terms of a net zero, it means that whatever we are using it either from the ground in terms of water, how much we are giving it back to them. In terms of that one, that there is a lots of other technologies which are further coming up. And again, it comes out to be from a centralized system. How can we convert ourselves into the decentralization or a modular system? So in that particular things, it is like that we instead of we becomes our own generator of water. It can be through a air water or a solar power that we generation of our own power over there. It comes out to be so if we are adopting these kind of new technologies, as Mr. Manoj said, that we initially it can be a bit costly, but overall it's very, very economical for all of us, and it helps us to achieve our own compliances. Given an example for the big companies, for their any of the buildings and for their industries, they have to achieve their BRSR compliances where they need to look into all those aspects. The safety is there, pollution is there, air is there, water is there, power is there, waste is there. So these are the things that where we need to look into this one, how we can achieve these numbers, and how efficiently that we can save the climate or the our planet Earth, to whom we call it as a mother of Earth. So this is what.
Great point. Coming to the group, Daji, you belong to the renewable energy and you're working with the solar. So my question to you is, India has tremendously, progressed in terms of India has made impressive progress in terms of getting the solar targets and the renewable energy sources. So looking at the current energy dynamics, where the industry stands, and is it laying a bedrock to achieving the net zero target by 2070 or so?
Definitely, but the one thing that we need to understand is solar is the future. Currently, worldwide, we are producing around 70% solar. By 2030, that will be around 90%. By 2070, the goal for the whole world is for 100% solar. That has to be stored, that has to be used. Currently, the China has already installed in 1 year 227 gigawatts of power in modules manufacturing, which is very remarkable. We are also doing more than 50 gigawatts per year in manufacturing and installation. In Rajasthan itself, more than 400 gigawatts of solar installation will be done by 2030. It's a huge thing, and definitely we are in the right position and we are in the right track to achieving net zero with the help of solar.
Actually, coming to you, back to the sustainability and the eco-friendly buildings. But while we were discussing, before the session as well, what are the gaps and what has to be achieved in terms of the industry. So my question to you, largely, when we talk about the large scale buildings and all, you have just, introduced the building, you were talking about that, geothermal buildings and all, the many apprehension you were talking about, but it has been a very successful project. So building accounts for a significant share of electricity consumption. So what you guys are particularly doing to reduce it, and can it be replicated everywhere?
So Manishji, I think before starting something, I just want to give you the heads up because the buildings consumes around 40% global carbon emission. Whatever emission we are doing, whatever the climate change is happening, the building contribution is major contribution. Also, we need to understand that the building design, when we design any building, we do not demolish the 40, 50 years. That building is consuming day by day those consumption. 1 kWh of energy, when you consume in your building at your home and your office, it is equivalent to 900 gram of carbon emission in the environment. So you can imagine how much carbon emission we do every single day. Like Sir was mentioning in the keynote speaker during that time, that cooling demand is going to 8 times in the next 10 years. 8 times. You can imagine. Still in India, the air conditioning comfort assess is only having a 7% of the population having a comfort assess in India, and this demand is increasing next 20 years is tremendously, and you will not believe the 60 to 70% your energy bill, electricity bill, if you look at your home, goes because of air conditioning system. And because I belong to the air conditioning society as a vice president, I understand this technology is need to change. We need to do a lot of innovation. We are doing a lot of innovation in India during in the sector of payment, in the sector of financing, but we need to think in these kind of machines how we can get the cooling, because cooling was a luxury item earlier. The air conditioning was a luxury item 20 years back. Today is a necessity. अगर मैं आज एयर कंडीशनिंग बंद कर दूं इस कमरे का, कोई नहीं बैठ पाएगा इस कमरे में. And look at the any building in future कि आप सोच ही नहीं सकते कि एयर कंडीशनिंग के बिना बिल्डिंग बना पाएंगे. So intent is that what is the alternate of it, because 60%, 70% energy consumption is there. So what we can do? So that's something that recently did in India. That was the first project in India in the residential sector. Is a geothermal heat pump system we did. What is geothermal? आप सभी ने फील किया है बट कभी यूज नहीं किया. हम गर्मी में जब जमीन से पानी निकालते हैं तो ठंडा निकलता है, और जब ठंड में निकालते हैं तो गर्म निकलता है, थोड़ा रुको होता है, ताजा पानी निकलता है. क्यों ना, जब हमें पता है कि ये ऐसा क्यों होता है. बहुत से लोग कंफ्यूज हो गए कि एज अ इंजीनियर कभी हमने सोचा ही नहीं ऐसा क्यों होता है. 3 मीटर जमीन के नीचे हमेशा टेम्परेचर कांस्टेंट है, चाहे बाहर ठंड पड़े या सर्दी पड़े, ठंड हो या गर्मी हो, नीचे टेम्परेचर कांस्टेंट है. क्यों ना हम उस टेम्परेचर को यूज कर सके हमारी कूलिंग करने में या हीटिंग करने में. आज लद्दाख में हीटिंग चाहिए, आज राजस्थान में कूलिंग चाहिए, तो क्यों नहीं यूज कर सकते. एंड दिस वाज हैपनिंग अक्रॉस द ग्लोब. यूएस में था, यूरोप में था, इंडिया में पीपल वर नॉट चैलेंजिंग फेस कर रहे थे कि कैसे करेंगे. बट वी रिसेंटली डिड वन प्रोजेक्ट इन हिम्मतनगर इन गुजरात, जहाँ पे लगता था गर्मी पड़ती है. वहां पे उसको जब देखा कि उससे हमने करीब करीब 60% एनर्जी कंजप्शन बचा लिया कूलिंग रिक्वायरमेंट में. And this is a one case, simple case. Similarly, we constructed our own building. Lot of people having a myth कि green building
बड़ी बिल्डिंग बन सकते हैं, बड़े कॉलेजेस बन सकते हैं। आई स्टार्टेड माई कैरियर एज अ ग्रीन बिल्डिंग सेक्टर, 20 ईयर्स से सेक्टर में हूँ। और जब लोग ग्रीन बिल्डिंग का मतलब सोचते थे कि लैंडस्केपिंग ज्यादा हो जाती है, उसको ग्रीन बिल्डिंग कहते हैं। आई कंस्ट्रक्टेड माई ओन ऑफिस इन जगतपुरा। करीब हमारा ऑफिस है 5 फ्लोर का, छोटी बिल्डिंग है, 20,000 स्क्वायर फीट के, 22,000 स्क्वायर फीट के आसपास की बिल्डिंग है। बट एंटायर बिल्डिंग इज अ नेट जीरो एनर्जी, नेट जीरो वाटर बिल्डिंग। जितनी एनर्जी हम पूरे साल में यूज करते हैं, उससे ज्यादा एनर्जी हम जनरेट करते हैं। बट इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि मैंने सोलर लगा दिया तो मैंने जनरेट कर लिया। पहले बिल्डिंग को मैंने इतना एफिशिएंट बना दिया कि उसमें एनर्जी की डिमांड ही कम कर दी। ड्यूरिंग द डे मुझे पता है मेरे पास सन है, आई हैव सो मच ट्रेमेंडस लाइट इज अवेलेबल। हम उस लाइट को यूज ही नहीं करते, हम डिजाइन करके बिल्डिंग ऐसी बना देते हैं, फिर हम इतनी लाइट लगा देते हैं। तो इतनी लाइट कंजप्शन क्यों? हम बाहर की लाइट को यूज तो नहीं कर सकते, तो डिजाइन करते वक्त में भी कंस्ट्रक्टेड दैट बिल्डिंग पूरे 10 घंटे दिन में हमें कोई बिजली की रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं पड़ती लाइट जलाने के लिए। आर्टिक एंटायर डे लाइट इज कमिंग। सिमिलरली द रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ एयर कंडीशनिंग, लॉट ऑफ पीपल हैविंग अ की 100 स्क्वायर फीट एक टन एरिया है, मुझे 1 टन का एसी लगाना है, ये हमने कहीं पढ़ा नहीं है, हम अपने रूल ऑफ थंब से चले आ रहे हैं। आई एम एयर कंडीशनिंग डिजाइनर, मैं डिजाइन करता हूँ। एयर कंडीशनिंग कभी भी एरिया पे डिपेंड नहीं करती, ये डिपेंड करती है कितने लोग बैठेंगे। तो इतनी हीट बाहर से आ रही है, जितनी बाहर से हीट अंदर लेके आओगे उतना एयर कंडीशनिंग लगाना पड़ेगा। आज से 20 साल पुरानी बिल्डिंग में एयर कंडीशनिंग क्यों जरूरत नहीं थी? क्योंकि वहां का एनवलप ऐसा होता था कि वॉल, विंडो, रूफ, हमारी हीट ही कम आती थी। तो हीट कम आती थी, हमें हीट कम निकालनी पड़ती थी। आज के टाइम में हम ग्लास बिल्डिंग बना देते हैं, 6 mm का लेयर का, सारी बिल्डिंग में अंदर हीट आ जाती है, फिर उस हीट को निकालने के लिए हमें एयर कंडीशनिंग लगाना पड़ता है। क्यों ना हम ऐसी बिल्डिंग बनाए कि हमारी हीट ही अंदर कम आए। सो दिस इज समथिंग द डिजाइनिंग, द पैसिव डिजाइन फीचर्स अगर आप करते हैं, एंड वी डिजाइन अवर बिल्डिंग ऑन 400 स्क्वायर फीट पे हमें 1 टन का एसी लगता है। तो ये दिस इज द एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी सिस्टम एंड व्हिच इज द नीड ऑफ एन आवर। बिकॉज़ आई वांट टू टेल यू, आई थिंक लॉट ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स आर देयर। ये इतना अच्छा फ्यूचर है आपके जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज के लिए। इट इज अ काइंड ऑफ अ ग्रीन जॉब। हर जगह रिसेशन आ सकता है, हर जगह एआई आ सकता है, बट दिस इज अ सेक्टर वेयर यू रिक्वायर टू नीड अंडरस्टैंडिंग। अगले 50 साल अवर प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैज टेकन 2070 एज अ टारगेट टू बिकम नेट जीरो। तो 2070 तक तो कहीं जॉब नहीं जाने वाली है, बहुत जॉब होंगी इसमें। बट यू नीड टू लर्न द टेक्नोलॉजी, इज अ वेरी टेक्निकल फील्ड। आपको इलेक्ट्रिकल, मैकेनिकल, सिविल, ऑटोमेशन, जो भी आप ब्रांच से है सबके लिए एप्लीकेबल है। So this is something is the net zero or the green concept is going on. So that is something we are doing, sir, in our profession.
Very nice point of view, Shruti. Thank you so much. Amit sir, I just want to come to you, and because you National Guest House, you being a scientist, I just wanted to know about the innovations, right? So in sustainability or in the environment friendly concepts, one thing create a lot of hurdles, and that is plastic, right? So what you guys are doing to recycling this plastic menace, and how it can be utilized in the modern buildings?
Thank you. Thank you for asking. And thanks for inviting me to the university on this such a prestigious platform. I'm just, as your question is concerned, I'm just applying that question. When we talking about recycle, because now in India, it's a very scarcity of such kind of technology. When we are not aware about the procedure, and we are not don't follow the SOPs of the using of recycled plastic right now. Government should take a stringent action to impose such kind of stringent guideline to use this kind of because in foreign countries we have several because I have read lot of articles and several uh, uh, in the publications I read they are using this plastic recycled plastic techniques in drainage system. They are using very much efficiently. They are using like they are using drainage system. They are plastic drainage cells. They are using to beneath of roads and gardens. They are using and and every building with so it is having hollow cells. So the water is it is having a capacity to store water, and through this system it is going to the drainage soil directly to soil. Also, we right now, such kind of panels we are also have to impose it because अभी क्या है कि इस तरह के पैनल्स डेवलप हो चुके हैं और इंडिया में स्टिल हम उस पर फोकस नहीं कर पा रहे हैं उस तरह के पैनल्स हैं कि द रेन वाटर डायरेक्टली circulate within the walls and it can directly goes to that the system of our drainage system and directly enrich our groundwater capacity and also we can use these recycled plastic in these recycled plastics we can use in chambers of you can say stormwater chambers and these chambers we can get it gradually we can increase our rainwater capacity and our soil improve capacity as well. We can use this on this system.
Thank you for your point of view. Naveen, I'm coming back to you. So while we were talking about the electrification buildings and the Ashu, you were rightly pointing out how substantially or how smartly you can use the electrification or the cooling system in any building. So when it comes to the electrification, it is now accelerating. The vertical cities are being taken place. So amid rising grid demands and extreme weathers, how engineers, I mean, these students also becoming a future engineer, they can balance between the demands and the current situation.
First of all, I'll thank you, University, for inviting me. I am presenting CII IGBC, Indian Green Building Council, which is basically a certification body for green buildings and net zero. Coming to your question that now we are at, if you see the India's per capita energy consumption is 1/3 of the global energy consumption of per capita. So there is huge energy demand requirement in coming future because most of the activities now switching to the energy. So point here is we are gear up for meeting this requirement, but certainly this energy demand should be met with energy efficiency. It should not be that whenever we have demand, we should use energy irresponsibly. So coming to the point, what is the current situation? We know that uh, most of the applications are not on the electricity. If you should go in the industries, they are running on boilers. The boilers are running on the coal-based thermal power plants. So steams are generating to the coal thermal-based plant. So what is happening now? Government is coming forward. They are coming with some policies that building electrification shall be happen to be a sustainable as well as renewable and self-sufficient. Now we should not be dependent on outside countries for our energy demand. So if you see now what is happening, gas supply is stopped, then we are having the crisis. If fuel will be stopped, that is a bigger crisis. But whatever we are doing, we are switching to the e-vehicles against the crude oil use, and for boilers using steam based on coal or gas, we are switching on the electricity generation. Electricity generation can be done through renewable energy sources. So point here is the energy demand has to be increased. We cannot always ask to reduce, but that use of energy should be rationalized, should be used, optimized, should not be wasted. And this basically is the core part of any building certification. If you go with the building certification, energy efficiency, energy utilization at a rational basis is a core part. If you not meet energy efficiency criteria, you will not become a green building or net zero. So that is my take on energy efficiency's importance and what is the importance of energy requirement happening currently.
I think we have a time constraint, so we'll quickly come for the second question. Manu sir, earlier we were talking about the what are the transformation in your industry is happening, but being a core sector, you have a big challenge before you because on one side it is a very growing economy, one of the fastest, largest economy, and second, on the same hand, we are generating a lot of green house emission, and the current scenario of the cement requirement, or whether the fossil fuel requirement is is rising actually, given the population size and the developmental goals as well. So what a ideal balance can be struck, and especially on industry, which is producing around 7 or 8% of the greenhouse gases. So how you will be tackling this challenge in near future? Because the buildings and the vertical cities and the road and infrastructure is going to be on a massive stage.
Yes. You see, demand for cement, steel, and coal building materials is increasing, and definitely they are most polluting industries. And we have to strike a balance between the objective green environment and development. If we go for 100% green environment, if government imposes some compliance norms on us, we can't produce cement and steel as per requirement of society. So we have to strike a balance, and for that we are trying to uh, include green energy in our production process also. We are continuously improving our production processes, making them more energy efficient, and most of the companies have gone for solar energy in the residential townships and some minor operations. You see, for main kiln, etc., and running the mills, it's not possible to go for solar energy right now. But all the auxiliary operations are being carried out through solar energy, and all the companies are very much, I must, focused on rainwater harvesting and deforestation and planting also. So we are right on the track, not an issue. But in my opinion, the major uh, uh, obstacle in achieving this objective is, I'm diverting from the topic, lack of green architects. Here the whole academy comes in. Actually, I see, I'm a civil engineer also. I see technology available there. But if I go to some architect for getting my building designed, he'll design what? Like Rashi said, this building, this room, this light, this ventilation, this your AC, no ventilation. So, in a technology available, but our architects not ready for that. If the academia can help us by developing new architects who can understand the importance of basic designs and green energy, it will help for the society. Regarding our industry, we are on the right track and moving ahead, and definitely industry is very much sure that there is no other way. We have to go for green energy only. And there are some experiments, although not so very successful, that we are trying to run very large mills and kilns on solar energy also. Dalmia Bharat has tried that, although they could not succeed, but they are already in the class. Adani Cement is going that only. So all the bigger industries are understand the importance of the energy, the importance of the environment, but definitely it will take some time, and I hope by 2050 industry will be able to go for at least 70% energy model. And some companies, Adani and Dalmia, they shall be on 100% solar energy by 2050. Thank you.
Very insightful, sir. So, the basic theme has been emerged with our conversation that, these all are the fundamental challenges will be tackled down by the innovations.
Yes.
And the innovation has to be on the rapid pace. Gaurav, I'm coming back to you on the final round. I just wanted to know, looking at the current scenario with the energy demand scenarios and, the overly dependence on the, imports, how do you see such things, the when something, vast model come about the waste actually in India. Some, in something happened in the Europe or America, we appreciate that. But in our, we were talking about the human problem and the civic problem as well. So in India, why is not being appreciated and why is not being taken up to, think towards that to create energy out of that waste at home only? What I mean, what will it will take? I mean, the academics, should lead into this, or how will it work?
So I think I'll give you one different example to make a point. For example, let's say when we go to gym, right? And if let's say if the focus is to maybe build a muscle or lose a weight, if you track the progress, you have the real inspiration that you know that you're making some progress. But when it comes to let's say waste management, we don't know how much effort I will put and what difference it will make. So one very vague example happened back in, I think some 10 years back in Manhattan Square in New York. So they have put in a real-time clock, which gives you that how much time is left for next 2 degree rise in temperature. And what happened is that people became curious because there was nothing else written apart from the clock. So what I would say is that how do we bring a policy where there is an incentive? Imagine in India, you make all schools, colleges, and universities on a let's say green campus rating system. Then you tell them that if let's say if this is the score you will achieve, these are the incentives or rewards you get against it. As humans, we are always driven by recognition or a reward system. So I think what is most important is that we have to create a framework where there is something given to you against whatever effort you're making. So that's my first suggestion. Second suggestion is that how to use the technology to ease the comfort. As humans, we are driven either by saving money or by comfort, or let's say something which saves our time. So I think what if there are let's say AI driven segregation systems or your bins where you drop everything and everything being segregated. I believe there are systems already coming up, but we're talking about making them affordable at individual household level is something what I think the room has to look more towards to. And third important aspect is again the infrastructure connectingness is where do I know that, for example, it's a no collection is happening. Jabalpur Municipal Corporation brought this back in 2017 when I was starting my first venture, where they had a system where if your waste is being picked up, you get real-time analytics at your mobile app that from your household, this been picked up, this much is the waste been picked today. So I think the next important aspect is the analytics. So once you go to gym and you know that you're losing 500 grams today, you know that what to push tomorrow or how to change your strategy. So I think what is important is that we need to bring everything together where policy is designed from the perspective of reward and recognizing those institutions who are doing well. For example, I was looking back, there is a logo of IIC, which is in by Ministry of Education, AICT, and talks about they have a rating system. So institutes try to go to 4-star rating, and that's they know that the rewards against it. So whenever let's say there are regional competitions happening in the state, they pick up institutes depending on the rating system. They also fund them. So I'm saying that collectively everyone has to think of a inclusive and collective ecosystem, and that's where I think the magic will
Taking it a little bit ahead, I mean, see, if we look at the communities and the societies of nowadays, if you are saying the reward system, if X much they are creating a waste, and if they get real time tracking and the end use of that waste, so can it, you are saying the rewarding the process. So how it can be rewarded? I mean, if suppose we talk about the Jaipur, in 2 and 3 societies, big societies, around 400, 500 flats, they are generating that waste, and they are getting the live tracking of their waste, where it is going and what is going to be used, and is it going to be for the electrification or some recycled products are being used for that. So can it happen like that? They can get a tracking of it, what is being used out of your waste. I mean, can
So-
it happen like this?
For that, I think it will be a lot more on machine learning because I think the mapping of your waste will happen. I think that will be slightly difficult, but what I'm trying to highlight is that, for example, let's say if this room goes to a landfill, let's say in Sevapura, they would see sites, visuals, which will tell them that what's happening to the waste they're generating. So I think what happens is that a lot of transformational movement comes once you are directly impacted. If you've seen, let's say, something very personal, or let's say something happening to your dear one, your course correction comes from there. So I think what will happen is that once you understand what's happening to the waste you're generating today, and where exactly it goes and how exactly that becomes, I think that will change the behavior. That's one. So changing behavior is a greater point, but to sustaining that behavior, you need something which is a long term. And that's why I'm saying for, let's say, bulk waste generators like a university or let's say a building like RIC, if there are systems or rankings like Swachhta Sarvekshan, what happens to Indore? I've lived 10 years in Indore back in 2002 to 2011. And if I look today, I cannot believe that people of Indore can do this. Why I'm saying this? Because first, the bureaucracy came in where they were sure that they want wet waste to be treated properly so that littering can be stopped. And the first year was all about how do we ensure that bulk waste generators process their food waste within their premise, nothing goes out. Once they became number one, politics came in, where politicians were very sure they want to retain that number one spot. Once that happened, citizens came in. They wanted to ensure that city remains on number one, because then it was about pride. So now what happens, I think, is a lot of Sundays, the entire staff is on leave, and citizens comes on road. They clean the streets. So that movement will come once everything is in motion. So I think it's again 3 or 4 level process where first is you trigger, second is you incentivize, third is you reward, and fourth aspect is that how do you create that.
So you are saying a system like India, I mean, system has to initiate first, then the citizens can come along.
Because हम बहुत comfort में रहते हैं और I think luxury भी
We need a push actually. As a society, we need a push from ancient times to modern times. Okay, coming back to yeah. Yes, Sanjay.
Yeah, I would like to just add few more things out of it. Thank you. So, secondly, it comes out to be that how much awareness we do have it. So again, when we talk about an awareness, I'll typically use the word in terms of water over here is that, so whatever we are consuming in terms of water, do we actually aware that what we are drinking? Probably no. And we never even try to find out that what actually we are consuming. Considering an example that these plastic bottles are right now lying over here, and there's a water over there. So we probably don't know that these bottles and the water which is coming through these bottles is actually harming us. And the reason is very simple that these plastic bottles has already been exposed to the sun. And when it has already been exposed to the sun and the plastic and the nanoparticle has already been leached out over here and we are consuming it, and it is straight away impact on our health also. So we don't look into those aspects also until unless we make them aware, then automatically that kind of a mindset will start coming up. They'll start thinking towards that side. Then probably incentive is one aspect. So initially they need to knock them out, but after that the things will start automatically coming up and people will start thinking that okay, this is good for us. Now, secondly, give me an example that we at the start of the discussions we talk about the Iran war. Now, what it is happening is over there, do they actually have a water to drink? If they look for the first thing, either the groundwater has already been contaminated because lots of oil has already been spilled out over there, or there's a lots of gases are there, or the pipeline has already been damaged. So what the people will drink over there? And that's a lifeline of everybody. So why don't we create some kind of a modular system or a distributed system which can easily be deployed and can easily be scaled up, and you don't require any kind of resources, which the groundwater resources and all those kind of things, which is called as one of the sustainable way. So for your own self, so that probably that will actually help you out to find out that how these kind of a new technologies and the awareness towards this green buildings and the sustainability is really help you out, not only for the building aspect, not only to the climate, even as a human being to us also.
Spot on, Sanjay. I mean, a very, pertinent point. Actually, I've gone through a lot of research nowadays, a couple of years back, and a lot of international publications have published that now in human blood stream, the plastic particles are being found. I mean, it's due to that, thanks to this all plastic water and all. Actually, I'm coming to you, just, that's taking cue from the Sanjay's conversation that water and the air and the plastic thing. So the buildings you are creating and you are, supposed to create, and the model you have, given, or you're trying to replicate. The water and air are very imperative for the human life, right? So the RO thing has become a very household thing, and it somehow it seems now it is a very necessity of every household, whether you require it or not. Now that in Rajasthan we used to have that मिट्टी का घड़ा and that pot. So now that has become obsolete, right? So या कुछ घरों में रखा तो that is on the corner side. So how this thing can be reversed and can be naturalized, in the way that the water we are more and more often see in the plastic bottle. So how it can be reversed and can be more naturalized in the type of building you are creating.
Absolutely. So sir, I think I want to highlight there is a 5 elements of the nature और किसी भी बिल्डिंग को बनाने के लिए 5 तत्वों की रिक्वायरमेंट है जल वायु अग्नि पृथ्वी आकाश हम सब जानते हैं हम सब चीज और इसे पांचों बहुत प्रायोरिटी चीज है चाहे वो जल हो चाहे वो वायु हो जब एयर क्वालिटी इतनी खराब होती जा रही है हम उस पर ध्यान नहीं देते सर का क्वेश्चन वाटर से रिलेटेड है आई वांट टू हाईलाइट ऑन वाटर पानी की कीमत जैसा कि उन्होंने बताया जब तक हम मॉनिटर नहीं करते हम उसको सेव नहीं कर सकते किसी चीज की मॉनिटरिंग इज रिक्वायर्ड और आज पानी हम किसी भी बिल्डिंग में चले जाइए पानी के मीटर ही नहीं होते एक मीटर अगर म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन का लगा होता है उसके बाद में पता नहीं वो पानी कहाँ जा रहा है क्यों नहीं जा रहा क्यों नहीं होता क्योंकि वैल्यू नहीं है कि बहुत सस्ता मिल जाएगा आराम से पता चल जाता है कि जमीन से निकालेंगे मिल जाएगा बट मैं जब पूछता हूँ मेरी टीम से या किसी नॉर्मल ऑडियंस में आपसे ही पूछूंगा पानी कितने रुपए लीटर आता है तो मोस्टली लोग बोलते हैं 20 रुपए का लीटर आता है क्योंकि सबको बोतल याद है और आज पानी की कीमत यू विल रियलाइज बिकॉज आई ट्रैवल अक्रॉस द ग्लोब आप कभी इंडिया से बाहर ट्रैवल करेंगे देन यू विल रियलाइज कि पानी की कीमत कितनी है वहाँ वॉश बेसिन से पानी पीना पड़ता है क्योंकि जो नलों में पानी आ रहा है उसी को पीना पड़ता है और एक पानी की बोतल बाहर आपकी कोल्ड ड्रिंक की बड़ी बोतल से महंगी पड़ती है तो वाटर की कीमत इज वेरी प्रीशियस एंड हाउ वी यूटिलाइज अपन कहाँ वेस्ट करते हैं पानी आप किसी भी बिल्डिंग में इफ यू लुक एट अ रेजिडेंशियल सोसाइटी यू लुक एट दैट सबसे ज्यादा फ्लशिंग में आता है कि फ्लशिंग में हमारे वॉशरूम्स में हमारे फॉसेट्स में बहुत पानी होता है बट वी डोंट अवेयर हमें पता ही नहीं है कि पानी के जब हम फिक्सचर्स खरीदते हैं हमें क्या ध्यान देना चाहिए हम देखते हैं ये कितना अच्छा लग रहा है कौन सी बेस्ट कंपनी का है बट हम कभी नहीं पूछते वो पानी का फिक्सचर कितना लीटर पर मिनट देता है कितना लीटर पर फ्लश देता है हर कंपनी वाला रेटिंग बनाता है एक फ्लश में कितना लीटर पानी बहेगा स्टार लेबलिंग आता है स्टार आप एनर्जी के देखते हैं स्टार लेबलिंग प्रोडक्ट आते हैं बट पानी के कोई वाटर लेबलिंग प्रोडक्ट नहीं आते तो गवर्नमेंट ब्यूरो ऑफ वाटर यूज एफिशिएंसी इज वर्किंग दे आर क्लोजली वर्किंग विद देम टू डेवलप द स्टार लेबलिंग फॉर द वाटर प्रोडक्ट्स आल्सो सिमिलरली लैंडस्केपिंग लोगों को लगता है लैंडस्केपिंग कर दी है वी डोंट अंडरस्टैंड कि इंडिया में नेटिव प्लांट्स का कांसेप्ट है आपके जो राजस्थान के प्लांट्स हैं आप सेम प्लांट बंगाल में नहीं लगा सकते देयर आर नेटिव प्लांट विच कंज्यूम्स लेस वाटर हम घास लगा देते हैं घास बहुत पानी लेती है 5 लीटर पर मीटर स्क्वायर पानी की रिक्वायरमेंट है अगर आप लैंडस्केपिंग इस तरीके से डिजाइन करें आपके वाटर की रिक्वायरमेंट कम हो सकती है तो फिक्सचर्स हो गया लैंडस्केपिंग हो गया आपके एयर कंडीशनिंग में जो कूलिंग टावर लगता है उसके अंदर जो पानी है पूरा का पूरा एसटीपी से आप यूज कर सकते हैं तो हमेशा कहते हैं रिड्यूस रीयूज रिसाइकिल these 3 words is very important in the water concept सबसे पहले रिड्यूस करो फिर उसको रीयूज करो एंड थर्ड कॉन्सेप्ट होता है रिसाइकिल उसका यूटिलाइज करो इन सोसाइटी वेयर आई लिव इट इज अ प्लैटिनम रेटेड सोसाइटी फ्रॉम आईजीबीसी वहां पे 70% वाटर रोज का हम सेव करते हैं कि पूरा जितना भी हमारा वॉश हमारे डब्ल्यूसी जो वाटर क्लोजेट्स में पानी जाता है पूरा रिसाइकिल्ड होके जाता है तो एक फ्लश में जब 6 लीटर पानी बहता है वो पूरा का पूरा एसटीपी ट्रीटेड वाटर है that is something we need to do in the water conservation and very important क्योंकि आप बिजली के बिना रह सकते हो हवा खराब ले सकते हो पानी के बिना आप नहीं रह सकते पानी इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट लास्ट चीज आज मैं जरूर बताना चाहता हूँ जो मुझे लगता है कि 20 साल के कैरियर में विच आई फील की अवेयरनेस नहीं लोग लॉट ऑफ पीपल से अवेयरनेस अवेयरनेस बहुत है सब ये सारे कॉन्सेप्ट जो हम बात कर रहे हैं आप सब जानते हैं बट अपनाते नहीं है अभी जरूरत है सस्टेनेबिलिटी इज नॉट अ एजुकेशन सस्टेनेबिलिटी इज अ बिहेवियर व्हिच यू नीड टू ऑप्ट इट आज आप ही लोग हैं कचरा शायद आज यहाँ पे हम यहाँ डाल देते हैं क्योंकि इंडिया है व्हेन यू गो टू दुबई और सम अदर कंट्री आप अपनी जेब में रख लेते हैं आप ही लोग हैं जो पानी की बोतल अगर हम आधा पानी पिएंगे आधी बोतल छोड़ जाएंगे लेकिन कहीं और जाते हैं हम ध्यान रखते हैं हम ही लोग हैं अपने घर के बिजली का बिल हम एयर कंडीशनिंग बिल्कुल बंद कर देंगे अगर नहीं चल रहा है अगर कोई ऑफिस का है या किसी कम्युनिटी का या कॉलेज का या यूनिवर्सिटी का चलते रहने देते हैं दिस इज अ माइंडसेट नीड टू चेंज और जिस दिन ये चेंज हो गया हम अपने आप ग्रीन बन जाएंगे मेरा एक फ्रेंड है बड़ा अच्छी बात है बोलता है भाषा वेश भजन भोजन ये 5 एलिमेंट जो है ना वो क्लाइमेट रेस्पॉन्सिव बनाए गए हैं हमारी भाषा हमारा वेश हमारा भजन हमारी भोजन हमें फोकस करना चाहिए हम क्लाइमेट रेस्पॉन्सिव बने हमने फॉलो तो किया वेस्टर्न कल्चर को हमने एवरीथिंग हम सूट वूट सब पहने लगे बट वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड आवर क्लाइमेट इज व्हाट आज हमें हम हॉट क्लाइमेट में इज नॉट अ सूट की रिक्वायरमेंट मुझे पड़ती है तो ये जो भेष है, भाषा है, ये सब बहुत मैटर करता है. So make your behaviors for sustainability, your culture for sustainability, not just an education for sustainability.
Absolutely, very, very valid point you have raised, and we are hoping that next session, if we are organizing or we are having or UN is organizing, we'll rather having preferably will having in a green room rather than having in a AC room and all sophisticated room. Just 5-7 minutes left. I mean, to wrap up this conversation, I would rapidly want to know from your industry standpoint of view, what are the trump card of your industry to just meet out this net zero target? मनोज जी आप ही से शुरू करते हैं.
I'm not getting what is what.
Trump card. I mean, what are the key areas or key points through which your industry will be achieving this net zero target?
Yeah.
Trump is in very fashion also.
Actually, right. Actually, in our industry, the basic thing is in cement. Basically, government has already allowed us to add 30 to 40% fly material. So we are moving in the right direction. We don't need more support from the government for that. We are already producing blended cement. We are recycling the steel already, and energy conservation practices we are already adopting. Our machine is very much modernized right now, and I think there is no other need required here.
Alright. Naveen ji, आपको क्या लगता है? What do you think? What are the imperatives for your industry?
See, most of the time we live in buildings. Either you go office, hospital, home, outside, whatever we activity do, most of the activity we do in building. So building is our without building we cannot live. So point is, until unless we will not look for the green buildings, net zero buildings, achieving climate responsive measures in our action will not come. So building sector has to look for the green building and net zero, and the target of achieving net zero by 2070 as a nation will not be met until unless net zero cannot be achieved in buildings. So the focus area of every activity now, whatever happening in corporate industry, is looking for net zero. So net zero is future. We have to live in. There is no choice. This is to be done with our all collective efforts. Thank you.
Abhijit, what choices you would want to advise as a citizen, as an expert?
As an expert, because we are only concerned on the testing of the plastic, and I'm a polymer scientist, because I'm just only concerned because right now I'm received the plastics of virgin material, and still I'm not received the plastic in India.
How sensibly plastic can be utilized in daily life? I mean, if we all are sitting here, everybody we witness a lot of plastic in our daily life. How sensibly it can be?
We have to sensibly use the plastic because it is very because plastic is not degradable, and it is right now we are able to convert some items to degradable, biodegradable. But still we have to just focus that plastic is if already you know that this container is also not degradable, so we have to we have to precisely and we have to use this plastic and dump and these plastics because we are a good citizen, so we have to dispose this plastic as our.
Abhijit, your point of view?
I will be focusing on solar. So if we are using solar panels, they actually last for around 30 years once you get them installed. So they are like infinite source of power that we can use on a daily basis. So power of modules went from 300 watt to 600 watt. Now we are producing 700 watts per module, which is very good for our net zero requirements.
And just one point of view, I just want to know from your industry point of view as well. When it comes to solar, we are leading, and Rajasthan is also leading, and Gujarat is also leading in the production. But the thing is, solar itself, the panel are also, we are not very much, dependent on the indigenous made solar panels. They are also coming out of China or somewhere else, or how we are doing it in? ANS.
So there was a concept that the government has brought in, which is ALMM. So ALMM is like whenever we are doing plants in India, the 70% of the models has to be produced in India only. This was brought in the government of India. Before that, we actually had more than 70% of models were brought in from China. So what ALM did is like gave a push to Indian manufacturers. Before ALM, what was happening is that maximum model manufacturers were going for megawatt scale, 500 megawatt, 400 megawatt. After ALM came in, minimum that model manufacturing is happening is like 1 gigawatt, 2 gigawatts, 5 gigawatts. So that has also pushed our suppliers in the history. We can see like last 10 years we are importing each and every of the silicon from China. Right now we are making most of the materials in India only, which is also making us self-sufficient.
All right. So, as we know, achieving net zero without renewable energy is impossible. So, the adoption of renewable energy in any sense, either from solar, wind, hydro, is essential. And for individual, getting through renewable energy from solar is very easy because we have space available in terms of rooftops, vertical walls. We can look for the BIPV, building integrated photovoltaics. We have to research more on how we can make it more affordable in terms of adoption. And second thing, this concept of DCR and non-DCR, we are all aware or we are not aware. We have to see into that, which is the Indian initiative, India government's initiative to use more domestic manufacture modules in our installations, so that first the but what happens generally when we import from these major manufacturers, they generally dump the waste item also, well, because we are importing in huge quantities. The quality, the after sales services will not be there. So using more domestic made modules will basically ensure the quality, and second thing, the service, after sales service will be more. So that's why government has come up with this DCR concept. After 1st June, we cannot use non-DCR, that is outside made modules, in our daily installation of rooftops. That is one.
All right, all right. So I'm just finishing it off. Sanjay, you want to add something?
So, I think that we, as Mr. Ashu just mentioned, the triple R, which is coming out to be the reduce it, reuse it, reduce it, and recycle it. So I believe that that should be the mantra for any of the product which we are using it for our own self. And that is the one thing. And secondly is I always say that be healthy. So when we are looking for our own self, as you said again, the 4 or 5 which you just mentioned it again. So if we look at our own self and just keep ourselves fit, so that automatically it means that we are taking care of the environment also. Because if we look into the earlier days when it comes out to be our forefathers' days and all those things, so they were actually looking for the smaller things, and that things were really an environmental friendly and a very healthy one. So as we started adopting the new technologies, as we started adopting towards the westernized culture, so I think that we automatically just drifting from one aspect towards another one, which comes out to be a more usage of our ACs, more usage of the lightings, and ultimately now again we are going back and saying that we want to reduce these things and make the climate more healthy for us. I'll simply say take care of yourself, and once you take care of yourself, the climate will automatically be taken care. And so that's what.
All right. So Gaurav, lastly, you want to add what is the what is going to be the trump card in your industry to achieve that net zero?
I think I would say मैं खुद को सुधारना है. So rather I would say that if we all of us individuals become let's say waste free or almost zero waste, I think this room, this city, this country, this world will become eventually zero waste. So खुद की दुनिया बदलेगी तो I think दुनिया अपने आप बदल जाएगी.
Say charity begins at home. So I think one consensus has emerged. I think the net zero target is achieving net zero. It's not impossible task, but I think from this transition to the transformation, that has to be at a rapid pace and with some innovative and some practical measure based journey has to be. Thank you all. Okay.
You see, in India, sustainability is not a selling point yet. We have to make it a selling point, and for that, sustainability is to be linked with economy and profitability. And for that, one important thing, one of the most developed addition implemented is carbon trading scheme. Carbon trade trading scheme.
Yeah.
Government of India has launched a scheme in the second half of 2025. So if our builders and developers understand that they can sell these carbon credits, they can generate electricity by solar or by other means, and they can sell it to polluting industries. That will be additional revenue stream from that. So if any entrepreneur comes in for that and forms a company like Ashish can do it, so you can purchase carbon credit from individual households also and sell to polluting industries. So it will be a profitable venture for builders and consumers also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And it's a very insightful conversation. Thank you all for joining us. And I think now we can proceed to the session. Thank you all. Thank you, Ian, and thank you everyone on panel.
Thank you so much to all the panelists for such a wonderful session. Now I would request Professor Dr. Mukesh Yadav sir to kindly come up on stage for the felicitation of our panel members. Firstly, we would like to request Mr. Gaurav Sharma sir to kindly come forward for the felicitation. Please have a round of applause for sir. May I now request Mr. Ashu Gupta sir to please come forward. Please have a round of applause for sir. I would request Mr. Sanjay Kumar Garg sir to kindly come forward. Please have a round of applause for Sanjay sir as well. Next, I would request Mr. Amit Dev Vyas sir to kindly come forward. Please have a round of applause for sir.
Now I would request Mr. Naveen Jain sir to come forward. A huge round of applause for sir. I would request Mr. Manish Sharma sir to come forward. Now I would request Mr. Abhirup Das sir to come forward. A huge round of applause for sir. I would request Mr. Manoj Sharma sir to come forward. A huge round of applause for sir.
Thank you so much to all the dignitaries. We now proceed for the group photograph. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries. Parallel to all the panel sessions that we have heard, there was a poster presentation competition for all the students, which was organized in the exhibition hall. and we have the results for it. For the felicitation of our winners, I would request Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir and Honorable Registrar Sir to kindly come up on stage for the felicitation of our students. So starting with the results, we have third position and it goes to Keshav Goel. So can we have a round of applause for Keshav Goel? Keshav Goel is the student of University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur. Please once again have a round of applause for Keshav. The second position is shared by two candidates, interestingly, and it is Abhinandan Chaudhary and Nandan Gupta. Please have a round of applause. And these students are from RIT College. RIT. And lastly, the first position of this poster presentation competition, and the winner is Jaya Smith. Can we have a round of applause for Jaya Smith? Jaya Smith is a student of University of Engineering and Management.
Congratulations to all the winners.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we are proceeding to the last part of this conference and confluence, and this to deliver the vote of thanks. And for that, I would request Dr. Umesh Gunani sir to kindly come up on stage, who is the chairperson who's the program chair of this whole event, and also the CEO of UEM Jaipur. Please welcome sir with a huge round of applause.
Very good noon to all of you. We started in the morning, so ending up at noon.
Hello.
So I know the condition is like the stomachs are starving, the eyes have dimmed down, so we won't keep you much waiting. And big thanks to all the panelists, all the distinguished guests, all the speakers. We called up like 25 people from different companies, including people within all sectors of core engineering. And a big thanks to all, and we are honored to have you here on board because all of you were present. Glad to have all 25 panelists in all the three panels. So a big thanks from UEM Jaipur for joining this panel discussion and Tech EnergiA Summit, because when the poster was launched, it is because of your face, you become the face of Tech EnergiA. Of course, we are the organizing partner, but yes, you have become the face of Tech EnergiA, and we want you to be associated with UEM Jaipur as long as it's possible. Thanks again to all the panelists, and another thanks to big thanks to the entire leadership team of UEM Jaipur. We initiated with early in the morning with Director Sir, Director IM UEM Group. Big thanks to our Vice Chancellor Sir, Provost Sir, Dean Academics Mukesh Sir, because every time like we have approached you and we came out with this concept of this having a summit from an university, which is organizing an industry summit, especially focusing on the core sectors. When this proposal was placed in front of you, like the first word which we heard was like, please go ahead. that is the biggest motivation which we had. And thank you all, sir, for giving us the support, this motivation. And I believe like Tech EnergiA will build up another series and we'll go on with the series in future. Thanks to entire organizing team, all my colleagues, all my other partners, all the committee members who have been here since morning 7:30, 8 o'clock. They have been having some sleepless nights since last few days. Thanks to Professor Ankit Sharma, Professor Subdo. Thanks to all the committee members for being here and supporting us. And last but not the least, thanks to all the audience, including the audience from industry who have joined, and thanks to all the students who have been joining here. So that's thank you all for joining. Let's proceed for a networking lunch. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. We may now proceed for the lunch. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.